Good evening, everybody. It's 5:30. I wonder if we can stand for the prayer and service acknowledgement. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of our beautiful lands and our surrounding waters, the Ramangeri and the Ngarrindjeri people. As a community, we recognise and we respect their cultural connection with the land and waters.
Almighty God, we ask you to bless this council and allow it to be an agent of change to the people of the city and beyond, directing prosperous deliberations to the honouring of your name and the welfare of the people whom it serves. Amen.
We gratefully acknowledge the men and women of the Navy, Army and Air Force who made the supreme sacrifice in the preservation of Australia's freedom and democracy. We also proclaim our gratitude to those who return to us.
Please be seated. I would like to also remind councillors of the requirements of disclosure of any material, actual or perceived conflict of interest in any items that are listed for consideration in tonight's agenda. You know that the Local Government Act requires councillors to declare any interests and to provide full and accurate details of the relevant interest to the council prior to the consideration of the item. We don't have any apologies or leave of absence, so welcome to all of the councillors and welcome to everybody from the gallery as well. It's lovely to see you all here and I look forward to hearing from you when we come to your deputation in a little bit. We don't have any items adjourned or lying on the table at this point. And our first item of business is item 5, which is minutes of the previous meeting. The recommendation is that these be confirmed as true and accurate. If someone would like to move that way. Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and seconded by Councillor Hales. Does anybody have any discussion or anything that they'd like to ask about those minutes? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We now come to item 6, which is deputations, and we have the Victor Dragons here. Ian, is it Ian? Les, sorry. Les, I believe you're speaking on behalf of the Dragons. If you'd like to take a seat at the end, Councillor Charles will be able to show you how to use the microphone. You do have 10 minutes for your deputation, and that 10 minutes also includes any questions from the elected members to you in relation to your deputation. I do understand that we have a report in relation to Victor Dragons coming to the March meeting, so we'll certainly take what you are saying tonight into account when we look at that report. But if you'd like to proceed with your deputation, that would be great.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address Council and to expand on the Victor Dragons application to lease land at the Encounter Bay Sporting Precinct in order to establish a storage and maintenance facility. Compared to other sporting groups in the area, we are a relatively small group and less well known, so I'd like to provide you with some information about our club and dragon boating before addressing our submission. Victor Dragons was incorporated in August 2013. We have 46 members, including both females and males, ranging in age from 25 to 76, with more than half being over 70 years of age. We also cater for a range of fitness levels. We continue to attract new members. A major goal is to attract younger members to ensure our future, and we are developing strategies as part of our strategic plan to do so. Originally, the club borrowed a dragon boat from Dragon Boat SA, but later purchased 2 older boats which were refurbished by club members, partners and friends with support from the local community. Since then, our 2 blue and gold boats have been a regular sight on Encounter Lakes. A trailer was also purchased to transport the boats. Through the generosity of Sue Nankerville over the last 7 years, our boats have been stored in the yard of Yilkey Farm on Tabernacle Road. Other equipment, including a small trailer, is stored in a number of other locations. Our strategic plan aims to ensure the club's future through responsible governance and sustainable practices. Dragon boating provides health benefits for participants, including physical. Paddling improves circulation, joint movement, strength, and both aerobic and anaerobic fitness. Psychological. Paddling and associated activities provide mental stimulation, wellness hormone release, a sense of purpose, positive reinforcement, and limitless opportunities to laugh, smile, and belong. Social benefits. Regular training, racing, and social activities provide significant social interaction, particularly for those at risk of social isolation and new arrivals in the Victor Harbor area. Many members go on to join other groups and activities through contacts established in Victor Dragons. Health authorities have identified benefits for breast cancer sufferers and survivors. In many Western countries, the sport of dragon boating began as a result of this discovery. Breast cancer survivor networks within the dragon boat community provide significant psychological support. As we all know, medical authorities regularly report that the health benefits described result in positive outcomes for both the individual and for the community as a whole. We train on Encounter Lakes 2 or 3 times a week throughout the year. Teams and individuals compete at race regattas throughout the state, interstate and overseas. The club has won medals at state championships and individual medals at state and national Masters Games. Each year we support events in Victor Harbor, such as the Victor Harbor Triathlon and Christmas Pageant, with a highlight being our annual Christmas Carols paddle on Encounter Lakes. Members of council have been involved in our annual Dotting of the I's ceremony to awaken the sleeping dragons at the start of our racing season. We are an accredited Level 3 Star Club and Level 3 Good Sports Club. Members are offered the opportunity to undertake training through play by the rules and encouraged to extend themselves by undertaking training in a range of roles such as coaching and sweeping. Underpinning the success of our club is the broad range of members who step up as office bearers, subcommittee members, and the number of volunteers who help in a range of roles. So to the point of our presentation and submissions. As part of our strategic planning over many years, we have identified the need to establish a storage and maintenance facility. Some of the reasons for this are our current storage arrangements are as a favour to the club and circumstances could change at any time. If the offer were to be retracted, we currently have no other options for storage. Although covered by tarpaulins, the boats and trailer are still subject to the elements, leading to degradation. Recently, during strong winds, one of our boats was blown from its supports. Fortunately, it did not suffer any damage, but the potential did exist for significant damage. To carry out maintenance, we may require both shelter and power. Since we currently need to work outdoors, we have neither. A repaint is also due, but cannot be satisfactorily carried out under current conditions. When 2 boats are required, with only 1 trailer, we need to manually lift 1 boat weighing over 200 kilo on and off the trailer. Though our procedures are constantly monitored and improved, the risk of injury to members and or damage to the boat remains. At the current location, the trailer needs to be backed into the storage area, causing both traffic delays and safety issues. The need to consolidate all of our equipment in one easily accessible location. And finally, the need to provide a home base for our club. As a result, 6 to 7 years ago, the club approached Victor Harbor City Council with a view to obtaining land on which to build a facility. We strongly believe that the time has now come to bring all the elements of our club together, to better manage our resources and to give our club a stronger sense of identity. The facility and surrounds we will need to allow us, firstly, storage and safely manage our boats, our boat trailer and our storage trailer, safely manoeuvre when towing involving an overall length of up to 19.25 metres, providing a turning circle of diameter about 15 metres to allow for safe turning, allow us to safely lift our boats on and off our trailer, provide space for storage of associated equipment and provide workspace for maintenance and repair of the boats and equipment. Through consultation, we've developed plans for a drive-through facility 6 metres by 8 metres and 3 metres in height, made of Colorbond steel which will allow us safe access and avoid backing. Block and tackle hoists at either end of the shed to lift and lower the boats, access to water and power with solar power an option at some stage, and a large outside area at one end to allow for the wide turning circle required. Over time, at least 8 possible sites have been identified. Unfortunately, all have been unsuitable due to issues such as their distance from encounter lakes, access, traffic, safety and parking issues, and lack of space for a suitable structure. In June 2020, an area at the rear of Encounter Bay Football Club rooms was identified and resulted in our first submission, of which you have a copy. Due to an underground recycled water main, this site was eventually deemed unsuitable. However, council staff were able to identify another area near the weather station, which the club and council staff agreed was suitable. Extensive discussions and negotiations ensued and resulted in our updated proposal to council, which you also have a copy of. In our second submission, a map provided council staff shows the approximate location of the site. At about the same time as we submitted our last proposal, the combined Encounter Bay Sporting Club proposed a plan to redevelop the sporting precinct. This has led to a delay in the consideration of our proposal, which in fact works in well with that of the sporting groups. Indeed, at all stages, our proposed facility has been included in the plans for the precinct. The most recent version of these plans, showing the approximate site for our facility, was presented at a recent council workshop. The significant variation between our proposal and those of other sporting clubs is that we do not require sporting fields, courts or club rooms. Also, we require very little parking. We envisage holding club meetings and functions in the combined sporting club room facility. Victor Dragons are endeavouring to use local builders and contractors wherever possible. Based on expected costs, we would hope that funding could be on the following basis. The expected overall cost is $55,000, including in-kind works. The club contribution would be $25,000, which we already have in hand, and we are still adding to. Community support, $5,000 from local businesses, service clubs and individuals. Council contribution, $25,000 made up of $20,000 cash and $5,000 in kind.
You have 2 minutes left. The
club has a strong history of fundraising to provide our equipment. And through our work, we have managed to provide equipment worth over $35,000 and set aside significant funds towards our construction. We have also accessed grants from local government, state government and service clubs. These efforts will continue. Where to now? Ideally, we would like council to respond positively to our proposal in the very near future. However, we acknowledge that our request must be viewed in the light of other proposals before council. We hope that a report currently being prepared by council staff with regard to the Encounter Bay Sporting Precinct will support the concept presented and in particular provide support for early action on our proposal. To support that hope, we would stress that our proposal has had a long lead-in time, 6 or 7 years. It does not involve the development or relocation of sporting fields or courts. It has an identified location and could be erected without interference to current sporting facilities. And once the proposed future developments are fleshed out and funding obtained, they could then be developed around our facility. Thank you for your attention to our proposal, and thank you to members of council staff who have worked so constructively with us. If there are any questions, I would be happy to address them.
Councillor Littley and then Councillor Charles.
I'll make it very quick because we don't have much time, Liz. Last week I met with yourself and Jürgen along with the combined sporting clubs at Encounter Bay for a discussion about this. Can you just say from your club's perspective, did you feel that that was a positive reception to your idea and being able to open that consultation to move forward with your process here?
Certainly, we've worked with Jeff Burton, who's been managing the site plan over a period of time. Through a connection with him, he's kept us informed of what's going on. We've kept him informed of what we need, and he knows through his experience with the club what's needed. And so the meetings with the club have been very positive. And as I said earlier, we fit in very well with what is being planned and look forward to working with those people.
Thank you. I'll take Councillor Charles's question and then we are out of time. Les?
You're well known on the lakes, but not so well known elsewhere, and it would just be so good to see you get more exposure somehow or another. Have we had any Masters games down here? How close have they come to Victor?
No, the closest we had was national and state in Adelaide. There are some problems. We would find it difficult, for example, to run a boat, dragon boat competition on our lake because of lack of vantage points and so on. Not wanting to send business out of town, places like Goolwa would be ideal, and we have been to a couple of carnivals down there, most recently 2 weeks ago at Hat Regatta, where we have teams from Adelaide and so on. Masters Games with other sporting groups, I'm unaware of what they require, but I believe part of the development of the sporting precinct is aimed at getting at least state, if not national competitions into the Victor Harbor area.
I like the location of this shed where it's proposed, and the staff have said that's a great location. I think it is perfect because your colours for a start go with Encounter Bay, and it gives you an opportunity to sell yourselves there right by the roadside in an area which is totally unused, and there's going to be a pedestrian crossing going across there very, very soon, so it'll become a very popular way for people to go to school, from school, that sort of thing, and go to the sporting clubs. So I hope you do well with this one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Les. I won't take any more questions because we are out of time, but I will just clarify something that Councillor Charles said about the pedestrian crossing going in there. I'll just get the CEO to make sure that that is correct, because I'd hate to give you the wrong information. Is it at that location?
It's actually, the location's actually up near the netball courts. It's not the one on the front of the road. That's where you originally were looking at. So that's what I think you were referring to.
Sorry, can you repeat that? The location of the new shed would not be, it would be by the courts?
Yes, it's not up on the front road, where I think you're referring to, near the pedestrian crossing. It's up the back of the...
So you'll be hidden away again?
Yeah.
That's due to it.
Thank you very much, Les. What we'll do, because we do have a report coming back for the March Council meeting, all of the information that you've given us tonight in the pack, which thank you very much for, we'll make sure that that goes into the report that comes back to Council, and we'll take it to the next step then. So thank you very much to you, and also to everybody, and I believe there's also people from the Dragon Boat Club in the encounter room because they couldn't fit in here, so I really appreciate you all coming down, so thank you very much. We move now to item 7 and questions from the gallery. We had a question come in at 4:21 from Mr. Blatchford. The City of Victor Harbor Code of Practice for Meeting Procedures allows for all members of the community to bring forward questions from the gallery. This opportunity is an opportunity for the community to seek clarification or information on matters of council business. The question time has not been allocated as a public forum for debate, making public statements or making allegations or derogatory remarks about elected members or council staff. There are also provisions, as you know, for when questions will not be allowed, and these are determined by the Mayor and the Chief Executive Officer. Your questions again in relation to Crozier Hill Estate, and also the question in relation to mental health, will no longer be tolerated. In accordance with the Council's unreasonable complainant conduct management policy, any further correspondence and or communication from you in relation to the Crozier Hill development will not be responded to. I expect that any questions from the gallery presented by you that relate to the same matters as already considered will be disallowed as per the provision of the Code of Practice for Meeting Procedures, subject matter already answered. I ask again that you cease from sending any further correspondence to Council on this matter. If you believe you have the right to do so, you should direct any further allegations and or complaints to other authorities who no doubt will decide for themselves whether or not they will investigate. We move to item 8.
Please, Mayor. Can I have a question, please, of the CEO? Are you obligated to read all that out every time that Glenn Blatchford is refused his questions, or can we just get on with business without hearing all of that?
The Code of Practice requires the Mayor to advise the Chamber if a question has been denied and the reasons why.
We move now to item 8, petitions, and there are no petitions. So item 9 is relating to outstanding resolutions. and the recommendation is the council receive and note the outstanding resolutions February report. Would somebody like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Hales. And do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Would any of you like to speak to that? Councillor Hales? No? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Indeed, thank you, Councillor Greswold. Yeah, I just wanted to go through a couple of items here. The one at the bottom, almost at the bottom of page 10, about the Warland Reserve turf trial. I think that if one was to, any of you are interested to go down to the to Warland Reserve, now is an ideal time to look at the impact of those new varieties of turf that were planted there 18 months ago. And it's amazing to see, even though they've had, they haven't received the proper management that they were supposed to get, but nevertheless, the trial has clearly shown that these turf varieties require no or very little mowing, way less water and fertiliser, and are in fact incredibly hard wearing. As far as I agree that the turf trial that putting in new turf is not worthwhile in 21-22, but I think the results of that trial, Blind Freddy will be happy to see it. It's clear that the new varieties have done extremely well. Turning to page 11 on the economic impact assessment of the multi-purpose facility. Yeah, the annual the budget allocation for 2021 business plan and budget research and data aggregation are well underway. The business plan is on track for completion by the end of April 2021. I'm just wondering, do we have any plans there for, in relation to this, the design of the multi-purpose boat facility, that there would be an environmental impact statement being done?
Through the Mayor, if I may, I think this question's been asked before. So we aren't doing any detailed designs this financial year. There was a discussion and a resolution in the CASPAC agenda, which you'll consider tonight, about provision being made in the 21-22 budget for designs. This is around the business case, and what we're trying to do is pull that business case together internally, which we're progressing quite well with. And we may have the opportunity to do some environmental studies with those savings, but I'm not in a position to confirm that at this stage, but they will need to be done. We've got a fair bit of detailed information on seagrass movements from within that area, which we're also going to incorporate into the business case.
Okay, on page 12 at the top there, we have the recruitment of 3-year contract position is underway with a secondment in place until the position is filled. Will that contract position be a part of the, will it be put in place in this financial year or next?
Through the Mayor, the contract position has been recruited. I'm just waiting on finalisation of that appointment. So we advertised for that some weeks ago, together with the team leader of environment and strategy, and both of those positions will be engaged shortly.
On a couple of items down from there, on the organic green waste curbside collection, that the path we're following on that is that we're waiting on a council resolution to include this in the 2021-22 budget, that we just extend the some, I think from memory, a couple of hundred households would be receiving the green bin service which would cost us about $40,000. I'm just wondering here that the only conversation in here is about doing it or not doing it, but was there any appetite in this to look at alternatives to putting out the green bins?
Through the Mayor, Karen may wish to add to that. So obviously the item came to Council as a result of a request from a resident and Council and a petition. So Council resolved to consider it as part of the 21-22 budget, which discussed at our budget workshop last week. So that's still being considered for inclusion, and I think the conversation we are at the moment going back to look at is the possibility of a trial rather than that full-grown implementation. So we are costing that as part of your budget considerations for 21-22 currently.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Henderson and then Councillor Glasbrook.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration, item on page 11, the second one on the list there was about 12 months ago to be a review of the dining and street traders permit policy. And this is something that came up in the Disability Access and Inclusion Committee, where it was pointed out that navigating the lower part of Ocean Street was difficult because of signs, merchandise and dining tables and chairs. This was deferred 12 months ago, and I'm just wondering, my question is, do we have another proposal date for this, given that our COVID situation has now changed, and that was the reason for the deferral, and especially with vaccinations now becoming available? I'm wondering if we have a new timeline on that review.
Through the chair, not as yet, but I think it would probably be time to start thinking about rescheduling that. You're quite right, the situation has changed. Not sure exactly what the path will be in future, but definitely time to start having those discussions again. Thank you.
Councillor Glasbrook.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm probably speaking out of order now. I just wanted to help answer Councillor Robertson's question, but I can catch up with him at a later date if you like. It's up to you.
If you're happy to do that, that's fine. Councillor Littley.
Very quickly, I'm just going to come back to Councillor Robinson's comment with regards to the Walden Reserve turf trial. I'm a big advocate for those new turf types. I do think they're fantastic, but I just think going forward, looking at what we do with our turfs and things, and maybe swapping out turfs and that, just remember that this year has been an exceptional year as far as the performance of any grass because of the conditions we've had. But I am a big advocate for those turf types. I think they are worth their weight in gold, or will prove to be in future, but just balanced against the fact that we've had a year where even I can grow a lawn.
Littley, Councillor Kemp.
Thanks, Mayor Jenkins. Question to the CEO. We have a list of our current outstanding resolutions. We have a completed list. Is there any opportunity or possibility to have a list of all previous resolutions for the last 2 years on a list which can be accessed by members on research basis, and save us writing to staff and wasting their time looking for past resolutions? So do we actually capture all the resolutions onto a list that's been passed since this term of office has been going, or previous terms?
We do provide copies of all of our minutes, which is where your resolutions are, on our website for the last 4 years on a rotating basis. That would be your main search mechanism to search with. But just to actually have combining all your minutes together into a document, I mean, it's another resource or another task, but the minutes are there provided on Council's website, which are all the resolutions passed by Council.
I appreciate the point, but I suppose I'm looking for a bit of a search engine process. Maybe under the new IT development, we could have some search engines where we could put in a search criteria and bring up the resolutions with that type of criteria. Instead of going through all the minutes, which is time consuming for anybody,
You can do search on the council's website for particular topics. So if you put in, I don't know, turf minutes, it would bring up the minutes of that meeting in which the turf item was resolved. So you can actually do searches, but I'm happy to look into it further for you.
Oh, just again, it's only a question on whether we had something in place apart from what we've already got, or looking at putting in place. But I guess, you know, I've done previous searches on there, you bring up 1,000 documents, then you've got to go through each one. But anyway, it's just a question for future reference, I believe.
Yeah, and again, if members have any questions for items they're looking for, we are more than happy to help streamline that for you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or any further discussion? Councillor Hales, do you want to close the discussion? In that case, I'll put it to members. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Item 9.2, the building and swimming pool inspection policy revocation. I'll do this on block item 1 and 2. And this is in relation to the new practice direction 8 in relation to the building code, I presume. That's right. The planning, the changes to the planning. So would somebody like to move recommendation 1 and 2 on block? Thank you, Councillor Litterly, and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to this? Or does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions and then some comments, Mayor, if I might be indulged on that. Looking through this particular report and the recommendations here, there's a couple of questions I have is basically how many swimming pools do we have, more or less, constructed each year in Victor Harbor? Would be 5, 10, 20?
More or less, through the chair, I think there may be, it's a bit of guesswork here, but perhaps 10 or so, 10 to 20.
Yeah. And another question which I'll come back to later. Yeah. More or less. I'll come back to later. And that is, can swimming pool inspections be done off a satellite image?
Through the Mayor, yes. Well, no, the inspections can't be done off a satellite image. You could certainly determine whether or not a pool might be in place, but you can't determine the finer details as to how high the protective fence is and the sanitary equipment for the cleaning of the pool, the latching of the gates, all the safety standards that go with swimming pool requirements.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm interested in us showing that we're applying all the latest technology we can with all our investment in IT. On this, in this attachment here, where this change is taking place because of the new development policy, we've said in here that we've got in some part here that we're going to inspect on page 14, that the practice direction is that we are going to inspect at least 80% of swimming pools within 2 weeks of them being constructed. And we're going to do the remaining 20% within 2 months of the notification of completion. That's different from what's in the policy, which is that we're openly saying in this policy that we don't have the capability, and this will follow on in the next item on our agenda as well, about about not just swimming pools but buildings. We don't have the resources to be able to do all the inspections that we're required to do. And so there's a lot more. So there's quite a number that don't actually get inspected. And that's okay because depending on whether you read the old policy or the new one, the policy we're proposing, more requirements under the Development Act, we're not able to do all of these because we recognise there are constraints, resource constraints, I suppose, particularly staff. On page 21, for instance, 6.3, in the middle of the page there, council does not have the resources to inspect all buildings. And I'll just, that's coming up next, but it's kind of concurrent with this one. The same with the swimming pools. So, because it mentions in here that, okay, we're going to have, we may have to have additional resources to be able to do this work. And I'm wondering whether the present level of us having, say, 10 swimming pools being built a year, that if we inspected 7 or 8 of them, that's okay. And where are we going with this new policy? It doesn't seem to be an improvement of anything.
Through the Mayor, I'm not quite sure if I've understood the question, but I think just to be very clear, the policy that you're referring to within the attachments is the existing policy. So that requires revocation because in its place there are now ministerial direction guides that relate to those particular elements. So the policy you're referring to is in fact the current policy that, subject to a resolution that may happen very shortly, will no longer be a policy.
Yeah, but I was also referring to, in the back in the attachments we were given, is the copy of the Practice Direction 8, which is for the pools, I believe, and Practice Direction 9. I don't want to jump into another, but they could have been combined, 9.2 and 9.3. But to me, it seems as though we have we have enough staff resources to be able to comply with the new Practice Direction 8 and 9. 9 is far more important because it covers a much wider array of structures than 10 swimming pools a year that we construct here. But it's because there are requirements here that on page 25, for instance, that councils must comply with with inspecting 100% of swimming pools and safety features within 2 weeks of the council being notified.
Through the Mayor, I think you're asking the question: do we have sufficient resources to do the work that's required within these practice directions? It's a very difficult question to answer at the moment as we go through this process of planning reform. In terms of resources, there's some swings and roundabouts. There'll be certain things where resources in certain things that we've done will decrease. There's other places where they'll increase. We're not fully aware of the full suite of all of these things yet. We get new things just about daily. So there's a watching brief on it at this point in time, and there may well be a conversation that we need to come back to council about in terms of resources. At the moment, the resources associated with the swimming pool and building inspections are close to like for like, so we don't think it'll change too much in that space, but there's certainly other things happening within the broader spectrum of planning and building change and the regulation of that, where resources may need us to come back for a further conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Charles?
Do council charge for inspections? Do we charge for inspections? at this stage?
Yes, council can charge for inspections through the mayor. And there's a number of mandatory inspections that we can now charge for under the new regime. However, it doesn't often take account for re-inspections. So it probably the income isn't sufficient to offset the resource required to do the inspections. Generally speaking,
that must be the case, because we're saying we have different. In fact, we've been having it for quite some time with inspections of everything from foundations to roofs to perhaps electricals through a place. I was amazed to hear that a lot of places are not inspected, and that when I discovered that, I did raise, is it possible, and if you're saying that things are coming through differently, or there are updates almost every day at this point of time with this new legislation, is it too late for the LGA to support, or to ask other members of councils whether we support a builder warranting their work by affidavit, step by step, or a statutory declaration that all aspects of the home construction, the pool construction, have been followed according to Australian standards? And then there's some sort of comeback for, as they say, you know, current home builders and homeowners and the future buyers of those properties. Whereas it seems like people tend to get stuck with lemons quite frequently. Is it possible that we could put a motion through later on, as we are currently doing for Victor Harbour Council Drip One Up? I can't think of it at present moment.
Yeah, through the mayor, under the new system, there is a process for final certifications or occupation for dwellings, particularly dwellings, or all buildings for that matter, that do require certifications from builders and the like, but that doesn't necessarily take the place of inspection. So that's something that's still required to happen. Obviously, an inspection can't look at every single aspect of a building. It's only at certain stages. So there is a system in place for that to take place.
Can I just ask that we keep, because we have got a very long agenda tonight, keep the conversation and the debate around the specific items, this one being the building and swimming pool inspection policy revocation, rather than broaden it out to all buildings. If we just keep it to the recommendation, that would be helpful.
Mayor, I don't think we lost very much time on that explanation. Incidentally, independent certifiers seem to make a good living out of doing their work. Why is it that the council can't charge sufficient to even use independent certifiers to do
I call a point of order, please.
And your point of order, Councillor Lidley?
That we're heading off track on a topic that we've just been told that I'll call another point of order, thanks, if you're going to swear in the chamber.
Point of order.
Independent
certifiers are mentioned in this particular
Councillor
document.
Charles,
I'm not off subject.
Councillor Charles, I'm dealing with Councillor Lidley's point of order, and I do accept the point of order because the recommendation is that we receive and note the building and swimming pools inspection policy, and that we revoke the previous policy and we note the practice directions. Councillor Henderson?
Just voting in favour.
Am I able to call a second point of order to have that addressed as well?
And your second point of order, Councillor Lidley?
The use of foul language in the chamber by Councillor Charles.
I'm sorry, I said pig's ass.
And again, another point of order, thanks.
There's no need for foul language in the chamber. Thank you very much.
I didn't think that was
thank
foul.
you very much, Councillor Charles. Please act professionally in the chamber. Is there any more people to speak on this matter? Councillor Robertson, have you got a question?
I have, Mayor. Do you think, question to you, do you think that us revoking, these inspections, which are really important in our community for the safety of buildings, and that we're putting in place, we're just noting, new directions from that these are not worthy of serious debate?
They certainly are worthy of serious debate, and we are debating the swimming pool inspections report, and this is relating to the new planning system. So because of the new planning system, which council has very little ability to change, We do need to revoke the building and swimming pool inspection policy as we have it now, and note the practice directions. And as I said previously, Councillor Robertson, with all respect to all of the councillors here, we have got a very long agenda tonight, and if we can stay on topic, that would be really appreciated. And these are, each and every one of the items here are very important for us all to discuss if need to be. Now, are there any further debate on that? I'll put that to the chamber then, that recommendation on block. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried, thank you. We now move to item 9.3, notification of accredited professionals policy, and that's the draft. And once again, this is in accordance with the new design code. And I will take that recommendation on block, that council receive and note the policy, the draft report, and that council adopt the notification of accredited professionals policy as provided at attachment A. Moved by Councillor Henderson and seconded by Councillor Little. Do either of you want to speak to that? No, does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Charles and then Councillor Robertson.
I know it's in the background. On the 1st of April 2019, the Accredited Professionals Scheme commenced, whereby planning and building professionals who assist the development applications must maintain minimum standards of professional practice and produce evidence that they are sufficiently qualified to make key decisions at certain levels. I just thought it was a rather unfortunate date, the 1st of April. Sorry to waste your time.
Does anybody else want to speak to this motion? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, one of the questions I had here for on this, a couple of questions to begin with, that relates to the costs. I know that some of this stuff might be a bit tricky to estimate, but the fees for these professionals, are these prescribed as such? I know there's discussion in these documents we've got here about schedules of fees, but then it says that basically private assessors can charge what they like. They can choose to charge less, they can choose to charge more.
Are you talking about 9.4 or 9.3?
9.3. Second question was, who pays for the fees that are provided for in the policy here?
Can I hand that to you, Graham?
Certainly. Councillor Robertson, the fees to be accredited, the accreditation fees, is that what the question is? Who pays for the accreditation fees?
No, not the accreditation fees. I mean, there's fees and charges in the next item as well in 9.4. But the charges here in relation to this policy, the fees that are being charged are not actually mentioned as to who's paying those. The other thing is that on this part here.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Roberts, can we I'll just try and get your first question answered.
Sorry, through the mayor, the only fee that I think you could be talking about is the accreditation fee for accredited professionals. So, i.e. the fees for staff to be accredited. And if that's what you mean, those staff within council that are required to be accredited, those fees would be paid by council. If council is using external parties, accredited professionals for its assessment panel, for instance, or for any other contract type purpose for planning work, then they would pay for their accreditation fees as a consultant.
Okay. Just one last question on this. In here, it talks about the the need for these accredited professionals to be employed in various capacities. Is this where council requires to contract these professionals? Can this be done as a matter of contracting of the professionals themselves rather than employing additional staff? In terms of bringing that capacity on board?
Yeah, through the Mayor, council can contract or engage a contract planner to do a number of the types of planning work that it does. It could engage a contract planner to be a development assessment manager, or an assessment manager as it's termed within the legislation. We've got one on staff, but council could have that option open to it. They would need to maintain the appropriate qualifications for whatever that engagement is at that appropriate level. So, for instance, a council assessment planner assessment manager would need to be engaged at accreditation level 1. Couldn't engage anybody beneath that level of accreditation. But, for instance, a council assessment panel member would be at a level 2. So providing it meets the level requirements, councils can certainly contract those types of positions.
Thank you, Graham. Does anybody have any further questions or any further debate? Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Under the policy content of responsibilities of accredited professionals, all this is about the the onus is on the accredited professional to actually maintain their accreditation, which is fine. But it's up to their responsibility to notify council. Surely part of the policy would look at having a flag system in there to notify council that an accredited person may be coming up or out of qualifications, because is it prudent for us to lose an accredited professional because they forgot to renew their accreditation? Should we not, put in the policy that there should be some mechanism to check and balances that all accredited people are qualified or accredited?
Yeah, through the Mayor, certainly there'll be a need for procedures and guidelines that sit beneath the policy that provide, internal mechanisms for us to ensure that accreditations are maintained by staff and the ongoing continuous professional development system is in place. But that's really a procedure that would sit beneath the policy for the purpose of the CEO to be able to administer that.
The reason why I asked that question before is because I understand the procedural process, but sometimes a policy just needs to highlight it so it's not lost in the procedural process. So the policy is to cover all bases. It doesn't actually detail exactly what goes on, but actually highlights what needs to go on so that it is captured. That's all I was just asking the question. Should there be a statement in there, one line, the council will maintain a register or something? How you do that and what you do, it's up to you, but the policy should reflect some type of process that council should follow.
Thank you, that's noted. Are there any further questions or any further discussion in relation to item 9.3? Councillor Henderson, did you want to close the debate? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Item 9.4 is again relating to the new design code regulations, and I will do that recommendation on block. That council receive a note the regulations report, that council receive a note the planning, development and infrastructure fees, charges and contributions regulations as provided in attachment A, and that council endorse a discretionary fee of $300 for giving notice of the application to members of the public to be placed on relevant land in accordance with the Planning, Development and Infrastructure Act. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield, thank you. And seconded by, thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Charles?
I just want to register that I'm disappointed that we seem to be here to do rubber stamping of this without in-depth discussion. What I brought up was quite valid because independent certifiers is reeking through all of these things that we've been dealing with. The answers have been given regardless. Thank you very much. That's the situation as far as I see it. Let's get the rubber stamps out.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. That's noted. Are there any further discussions? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, we've done this en bloc here, but I'm wondering about item 3, recommendation 3 in here. How did we calculate this? Now, on the one hand, I'm very cognizant of the need to use a pay system so that whatever we're doing in this space, whether the public likes it or not, we should be covering our costs.
Certainly. I'll ask
But
Councillor Rowczynski can tell you how we calculated that.
Mayor, could you please stop interrupting me? I hadn't finished, if you don't mind.
I beg your pardon. I thought that you'd asked your question.
No, I hadn't. That how did we come to the calculation of $300?
Oh, yeah. Have you think? Do you want to answer that, Victoria?
Or it's based on, we identified that on page 48, so it's the fee amounts is based on what public notifications we would normally charge, and that's in addition to the prescribed fees which are outlined within the design code requirements. So it's for the purposes of advertising in the local paper, what we would currently charge.
Because
or be charged.
Yeah, I got that, thanks. But for me, I would stick it up to 500 or make the decision that we simply don't do that sort of work. I mean, it's a service we're providing to the public that that we stick up on a piece of land, the public notice saying that what's going on there. But to me, we're just adding to our workload in that regard. And so I think of it as being, well, okay, if someone really wants to have the council do that work, let's put some disincentives in there. It's all very well to be looking after the public, but to me, we could easily put that up, or we simply say we don't do that sort of thing.
Yeah, through the mayor, trying to find the balance of all of that is a bit of a challenge, but because certainly even if people put their own notices up, there's some level of preparation that council staff would have to do in terms of the way the notice is set out and the format for it. So the fees come about as a result of some analysis around not only the putting up and the star dropper and the other bits and pieces that we need to put it in place and the labour to go and put it, but it's also the monitoring, calling past, making sure it's still there as the staff are doing their rounds, doing other things. And then there was a bit of benchmarking against other councils, and certainly there are other councils that are charging more money than we're suggesting at this point in time. But we thought that this was a reasonable approach, all things considered, and as the CEO pointed out, it is like for like with respect to the notification fees that are paid already. Certainly the prerogative of council to make it as high as they wish, really.
Sorry, Councillor Robertson, have you finished or?
No, if I might, through the chair to Director Padhouse, yeah, sure, there may or may not be, I guess, if you wanted to be an involvement in the process of sticking up these notices, but I mean, the regulations are laying out pretty clearly. They've got to be an A3 size sheet. They've got to be mounted 600 metres above the 600 mils above the ground. Got to be made of weatherproof material, that kind of thing. So, I mean, if the public doesn't put up the notice properly, then it's on them. But to me, it was the issue that you know, do we want to get that level of involvement, because there's also in it getting up in the rubric of all the things to be done every day. There's those notices have got to go up rather quickly. You know, once they're only up for a few days, and they've got to be up quickly, and then that sort of jumps that particular activity to the top of someone's agenda, like I did a week ago, and then asking for something that was due the next morning. So to me it was saying, you know, make our lives easier, let's not do it or put up costs.
Yeah, through the chair, just very quickly, again, it's the balance of things. Making our life easier up front could be making our lives more difficult at the other end of it when it comes to compliance and dealing with the complaints that people aren't meeting the notification and all the other requirements under the Act. So it could well be a false economy as well.
Thank you.
If we'd done this agenda item differently, I would have voted against that item, recommendation 3.
You can put an amendment if you'd like to, Councillor Robertson, if the...
Yep, I'll put an amendment that we...
sorry, I've just, the CEO's just informed me that because you've already spoken to it, you're unable to do that.
Someone else might be interested in.
Councillor Littley?
Well, my comment was going to be around the fact that I think, Graham, you touched on this, that the cost might be more in the future. We have had a number of items come to this chamber over the past 2 years where community members didn't feel like they were informed of, had proper public notification. I think we certainly must play a role in notifying people of these developments and things like that at all times. The pricing, I'm not sure, Councillor Robertson, whether it's on par or not. I'll take it on board from the administration that it is set right. So I won't be moving an amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. The CEO has just pointed out that the Local Government Act says that a member who has not spoken to a motion at an earlier stage of the debate may move or second an amendment to the motion. However, Councillor Robertson, our council practice is that any member may move or second an amendment unless they have been the mover or the seconder of the original motion. So if you would like to move an amendment, we can go through that process if that's something that you would like.
Well, I move the amendment that we delete recommendation 3.
Do I have a seconder for that? Sorry, Councillor Robertson, you have a second. You're going to second that, Councillor Charles?
No, I have another amendment.
Let's just deal with this one first. If your amendment is lost because of there is no seconder, is lapsed rather because there's no seconder. Councillor Charles, you wanted to move another amendment?
Simply that recommendation 3 describes a fee of $450. That way the general public and the ratepayer are not paying and subsidising these signs, and we're quite certain that we're actually making something out of it. If there's a development to go up, I'm sure that $450 isn't going to break.
So, Councillor Charles, your amendment is that the discretionary fee of $450. Does somebody second that amendment? Councillor Robertson, you're seconding that amendment?
Yep.
So we can have debate on the amendment, but if you debate the amendment, you'll be seen to have been debating the motion as well. Does anybody want to speak to the amendment or debate the amendment?
If you've spoken, you can speak again.
No, if you've spoken, you can't speak again. Councillor Kemp, you know that if you speak to this amendment, you can't speak to the original motion.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. There's more of a question than a statement. Again, I just need a clarification around this fee for the purpose. Is it the landowner, the developer, or someone who wants to put a notice in the paper or put a sign up? Who is paying this fee, just for clarification around, and what's the benefit of the fee?
Through the Mayor, the beneficiary of the development is the person that pays for it, generally the applicant, but it could be somebody acting on their behalf as well.
I'll put the amendment to the vote. The amendment is that the discretionary fee being $450. All those in favour? And those against? That amendment's lost. We come back to the original motion, the original recommendation, which is recommendation 1, 2 and 3. Does anybody who hasn't spoken want to speak to that? If not, I will put that recommendation on block to the floor. Councillor Schofield, do you want to close? No. I'll put that recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried. We now move on to item 9.5, which is the Council Assessment Panel Independent Members. First recommendation is that Council receive and note the Independent Member Report. Moved by Councillor Litterly and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. The second recommendation is that Council endorse the Council Assessment Panel Terms of Reference as provided at Attachment C. Moved by Councillor Charles and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In this terms of reference, we don't have any maximum terms for people to serve on these panels. For myself, I'm of the view that we should be regularly turning over people who are on these assessment panels. And on page 87, here I had down here that perhaps we ought to be looking at having a maximum term of two terms for any one of the members. That's on the on page 86 on 2.11, which there says you're going to reappoint an existing member for a second term without calling, but it's basically about terms for people that are there.
Through the Mayor, on page 87, the term of appointment is covered under clause 2.1.
Sorry, yeah, 2.2, yeah.
Which is a term of up to 2 years.
Yeah.
Unless otherwise determined by council.
But the maximum number of terms doesn't have, they're silent on that.
Yeah, correct. So that would be a decision of council if it wanted to put a cap on the number of terms that a member could serve.
Yeah. It's my proposal that we put a limit of 2 terms on council assessment panel members.
If you would like to, if that's the, you'd like to add that clause, and if the Chamber would like to add that clause, be an amendment to the.
Through the Mayor, you can just say that you move that the Council endorse the Council Assessment Panel Terms of Reference as provided attachment C with the following addition or alteration, and it would be to item 2.17. 2.2?
Yeah.
To a maximum 2 years. Or maximum 2 terms.
Yeah. Councillor Henderson?
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask a question first to Councillor Robertson?
Sure.
Just want to ask Councillor Robertson, what's your reasoning for that suggestion?
Because just looking at this planning code and system that we're having in place, I think that it's really important that the way that it's being moved, the way it's being constructed, that it would be a healthy environment to have people who serve on these development panels to be moving around rather than just be on a particular assessment panel for years and years and years. I don't think it's healthy, particularly within the I would say not the philosophy, but the thinking behind, as I understand it, this new legislation, that it's unhealthy to have the proposition that people can be on these assessment panels for unlimited periods of time.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson, if the mover and the seconder are happy to vary that, then that can be a variation. Otherwise, it would need to be an amendment if you got a seconder. I'd just highlight that you're looking at the moment it says the council member will be appointed for a term of up to 2 years and on such other conditions as determined by council, and deputy members also appointed for 2 years and on such other condition as determined by council, and the CAT member is eligible for reappointment for a further term or further terms upon the expiry or his or her current term. So
if I might add, Mayor, I think that it would be a good thing, in my view, that just like the audit committee, lots of elected members should get the chance to be on the audit committee, because I think it's a very important process to understand. You learn a lot from it. And I think it's the same here on these council assessment panels, that getting into the thick of it by being on the council assessment panel is a good thing for all elected members, but they're limited by the terms of their elections.
Sure. If Councillor Charles and Councillor Henderson are happy for that variation to go there, we can put that in. Councillor Charles?
Well, we just put it to the vote and see what happens. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think it's going to get up, but I'm happy for the variation. I'd like to know as a question who, when an independent CAT person comes to the end of their term, are they invited to remain or to go again by our administration?
Through the Mayor, usually the terms of reference determine whether they actually put forward. They may express an interest that they would like to continue a further term, in which case it will be brought to council that they wish to extend a further term. It's still up to the council whether they endorse that further term. So it may be that the council can determine that they only do 1 2-year term.
CEO, if I'm through the Mayor, if I might point out that one of the amendments to our terms of reference for the council assessment panel 2.11 on page 86, that's in red ink there down the bottom of the page, that's exactly what Councillor Charles has just been asking about. So we don't need to go through a selection process if an existing member, council may reappoint an existing member without going through expressions of interest.
Yes, that's correct. If they're wanting to seek a further term, the council could determine that that the member is eligible for a further term, but they're going to do a call, and that member is eligible to participate in that call. And what you're proposing by way of your variation is the member can do 2 terms, then if council calls for an expression of interest, that member is no longer eligible to put their hand up again.
Councillor Charles, you were happy with that variation. Councillor Henderson? Yep, you're happy for that variation? So can you note that recommendation 2 is that council endorse the council assessment panel terms of reference as provided at attachment C, with the following addition to item 2.17 to a maximum of 2 terms. Are you happy with that, Councillor Robertson and Councillor Charles and Councillor Henderson?
Yep.
Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp and then Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Look, I'm supportive of a two-term proposition because I think it does give opportunity for other people with skill sets and knowledge to come through and sit on panels, especially independents. They are the ones that we look forward to. So I think rotating them over 4 years, if they choose to do 4 years, is a great incentive, but also gives other people opportunities to sit on the panels as well. I'll just make an editorial amendment, just for a notification that 2.20, all you've got to do is take out further terms, and that should come under, that should suffice. It actually reads they can do one term and do a further term, but take it, yeah. So anyway.
Thank you. And I just check with the CEO that if this motion is lost, then somebody can go back to the original motion and put the original motion. That would be right, wouldn't it? Yeah. Councillor Hales, you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'm going to vote against this motion as it now stands. I believe that under the existing structure, there was the capability, as has been outlined, for council to go, you've served 2 terms, we don't want to reappoint you for another 2 if you've only done 2 years, you're 1 term. But at the end of 2 terms, we have to go out for an expressions of interest anyway. So you're saying that we might reappoint you, but we're going to look at what else is out there in the field because that's our process. I think there is some value to keeping good professional incumbents in situ if they are providing a service to our community. If they are doing a great job and they have got their head around what is Victor Harbour and what is the surrounding community and what is the community's tolerance to certain types of development, that sort of thing, which is what they're being asked to make decisions on, I see no point in arbitrarily cutting that short because that could in fact be a disservice to our council and our community. So I would prefer to leave our options open, and at the end of the day the council can still make the decision one way or the other to keep the individual CAP members in their position or replace them with other options that are out there. Yeah, so I'm going to have to vote against this. I believe as it was good and had the right amount of checks and balances. It served us well, and because often the nature of these appointments, most of our independent members aren't living locally. Most of them are coming in from town or the likes, and while they may have holiday houses down here, they may not know it. So therefore, having that length of service does give them that chance to understand us and our people a bit better. So that's why I'm going to vote against it.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion?
Mayor, I just have one question. In the attachment D on page 92, there is no, in relation to remuneration on these panels, there is no travelling allowance, I presume. At least not in ours. There's only a fee.
No travelling allowance.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Councillor Charles, did you want to close the debate? In that case, then I will put that to the floor. That is recommendation 2 as reads on the board. All those in favour? Those against? That's lost. Thank you. Councillor Hales?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'll move what was the original recommendation to.
Thank you.
The council endorse the council assessment panel terms of reference as provided at attachment C.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. And Councillor Schofield, you seconding that? Oh, sorry, Councillor Lidley, I can see you. Either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Lidley?
I think that Councillor Hales summed it up previously and very articulately. So,
Anybody else want to speak to it? I'll put that to the floor then. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Recommendation 3, that council reappoint Michael Doherty as presiding member and Susan Giles as independent member of the council assessment panel for a 2-year period commencing 19th of March and concluding 18th of March 2023. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Schofield, and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Recommendation 4, council establish a council assessment selection panel comprising of 2 council members, Director of Community and Development and the Assessment Manager in order to fill the council assessment panel vacancy for a 2-year period, and that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to appoint the 2 new independent members based on the recommendation from the selection panel. Moved by Councillor Schofield again and Councillor Henderson. Either of you like to speak to that? Anyone like to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. So what we'll do now is, are there any volunteers to be on the selection panel? We need 2, and if we have more than 2, then we'll go to a vote. So if you're interested, please put your hand up. So did I see Councillor Robertson, Councillor Schofield, Councillor Charles, was your hand up earlier on?
If those 2 people are, the councillors already said okay, then I'll butt it. Thank you.
So are you sure we can go?
No.
Right, is
We can
anybody
fill
else?
it very quickly just by selecting the 2 because they've put their
I'm
hands
happy
up.
to withdraw and let Councillor Charles hold that position.
You happy to take that position, Councillor Charles?
Yes, I feel I'm going to be available lots from now on.
Fantastic. Thank you, Councillor Charles and Councillor Robertson. You also had your hand up too, didn't you? Yes, was it you?
Yeah.
Yep. So we don't need to worry about recommendation 5 because we don't need a secret ballot. Is anybody else interested? No. And recommendation 6 is that council appoint Councillor Charles and Councillor Robertson to the council assessment selection panel. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Kemp, and seconded Councillor Hales. Do either of you want to speak to that? Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Councillor Charles and Councillor Robertson. I think you'll both be really good representatives of council on that panel, on that selection panel. The recommendation 7 is that council endorse an increase to the sitting fees for the independent members of the council assessment panel to take immediately as follows: the presiding member $500 per meeting and the independent member $400 per meeting. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield, and seconded by Councillor Glasbrook. Either of you like to speak to that? Schofield, Councillor Glasbrook.
Look, I'll just quickly say that I think that this is fair and reasonable. These people give up a fair bit of their time, not only turning up to the meeting, but going through all the paperwork. And I think that sometimes we may not pay enough. I think we do the same with the audit committee. I don't think we are offering our independents enough for the time that we expect from them. And I know all of these people probably get something out of it for themselves, but I think our community gets a lot out of it, and I think this is a very reasonable amount.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Councillor Charles?
Yes, I'd have to agree with that statement for the independent members, but I'd also like to make it clear that the councillors don't get a ZAC, just in case it's not understood by people who are watching in the gallery and on live stream. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. You're right, councillors don't get anything at all, but we do get our stipend, which covers us for the many meetings that we go to and committees that we're involved in.
There are, of course, some positions where councillors are paid, but not on this particular one.
Does anybody else want to speak? Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, I'm looking at those tables for comparable charges for other assessment panels. Yeah, our charges are quite reasonable, and I agree with Councillor Glazebrook. I think there's quite a lot of work and responsibility on that assessment panel. And there is some pretty amazing stuff that goes on in some of the other councils with regard to fees that are paid. So yeah.
Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? If not, I'll put it to the floor. Ms. Councillor Schofield, do you want to close the debate? Put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We now move on to 9.6, which is the Southern and Hills Local Government Association Charter Review. You may remember the workshop that we had here by Graham Martin, and I will do the recommendation en bloc. The council receive and note the report, and that council endorse the reviewed Southern Hills Local Government Association Charter as provided at attachment B. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Kemp?
I prefer to discuss these separately, please.
Sure. The first recommendation that council receive and note the report. Councillor Hales and Councillor Littley seconding that. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Recommendation 2, that council endorse the reviewed Southern Hills LGA Charter as provided in attachment B. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hales, do you want to speak to that? Councillor Henderson? Councillor Kemp, you wanted to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I will be voting against this as it stands. There are some great elements within this charter, but also there are elements in there which I feel gives a bit more of a power base, empire building for the LGA in some areas. I disagree with the 2/3 majority. I think if the councils who are listed are going to make decisions, I think all should be decisions. All the votes should be counted, not just 2/3, because a decision of 2/3 could affect the council. It may have objections to it, but it can't win the argument. So I think unanimous decision is the best way to go. These are my own personal beliefs. Also, the facts that be able to borrow money and do all those various things, get loans that are potentially there, that could increase the debt or the payments by councils to cover those costs. Councils have to pay for everything for this LGA, and public access to meetings can be restricted quite easily and quite quickly because the board may feel that they don't want the public involved without using really Section 90 of the Act, because it doesn't refer to Section 90 of the Act, it refers to that at their discretion. And I think that is detrimental to open and transparency type governance, and also what the actual LGA's board's doing. So I'm voting against it.
Sorry, can I just ask you a question, Councillor Kemp? The last point that you made about transparency, my understanding from the Charter is that all of the meetings are open to the public.
Well, I beg to differ the fact that it is open to the public, but there is a statement in there about public access to the fact that they can close down the public meeting. We do it under Section 90 of the Act, but they don't have reference to Section 90. They can close down a meeting to the public at their discretion when they want to. So that's just my belief, that's how I see it.
Councillor Robertson, you wanted to speak?
I refer you to page 107 and 108 and the objectives and purposes of this organisation. I think most of this stuff in 1.8 is ridiculous. It's most of it impossible. Just listen to this sort of thing. 1.8.2, to encourage, promote, protect and foster an efficient and effective autonomous democratic system of local government elected by and responsible for local communities. 1.8.5, to develop, encourage, promote, foster and maintain consultation and cooperation between local government authorities, state and Commonwealth governments. A lot of these 8 objectives, are either impossible or ridiculously expansive, impossible for any one council to achieve, let alone a body that meets a few times a year. I think that they should stick to something really simple. I would just say, 1.8.1 seems to me to be a good objective and purpose. Maybe you chuck in 1.8.4 on top of page 108 and leave the rest as sort of, objectives and purposes on steroids, because a lot of this stuff when you read it, you say, oh my goodness, what were they smoking when they wrote this stuff up? So to me, the objectives and purposes are just outrageous.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
And I would move to have them deleted, but I don't know, given that this thing has gone through all these iterations already, whether that's possible or not. But I wouldn't recognise 6 out of those 8 because I think they're A, impossible to do, or B, just outrageously ambitious. So to stick to doing a few things with the limited resources that they can do.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Any further discussion?
Yep, I have another one on page 115. I think it'd be handy for this organisation to where is it? The timing of the meetings. That it's got there. The board will endeavour to meet at least 4 times a year at times and places to be determined by the board. I would put in there an addition that the meetings be held in rotation. The 6 council areas. I don't know if that's the existing practice.
That is the existing practice.
Okay, excellent. I'll leave that one. But the objectives and purposes, well, good luck with that.
Any further discussion? Councillor Hales, did you want to close the debate? I put the recommendation 2 to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you.
Mind if we have a division on that one, please?
All those in favour, please stand. Let's wait for Karina to catch up. Councillor Hales. Councillor Mann. Councillor Littley. Councillor Schofield and Councillor Henderson. Against, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Charles. Councillor Glasbrook. Councillor Robertson. That motion is carried. We now move to item 9.7, the draft external grant funding policy, external grant funding procedure and approval to apply for grant funding application form. This document has been to the audit committee who I recall said it's a very good example and recommended for council to endorse it. And I will do the I'll separate the recommendation. So the first one is that council receive and note the report. Thank you, Councillor Schofield. Seconded by Councillor Litterly. Thank you very much. Do either of you want to speak to the report? No. Anybody want to speak to the report? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think that there was no, sorry, I won't speak to it. I'll let it go. I'll do that on recommendation 2. Sorry.
Does anybody want to speak to the report? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. The second recommendation is that council adopt the policy as provided in attachment A and note the external grant funding procedure and approval to apply for grant funding form as provided at attachment B and C. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales? And seconded by Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hales, do you want to speak to that? Councillor Henderson? Councillor Robertson, you had something you wanted to say in relation to that?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. It's just a note on the both the policy, but particularly on the procedure, which is attachment D. All good in there. One question I have, which was the application of this policy to when council itself or council staff are applying for policies. It's clear, but the same processes and sort of quality control built into this, I guess, is also expected to be applied by, say, if we have sporting clubs or a not-for-profit or whatever, particularly with this joint project with council, that if they're applying for, say, a state or federal grant, that they would be using the same.
No, it's not through the Mayor. This is specifically for projects that council undertakes and our application for external funding. It's not about clubs looking to apply for grants externally.
Okay, so on thank you for that. I've just come to page 131 on the grants register. That it says here, the council, 6.4.1, the council shall maintain an external grant funding register which shall record the application, approval, responsibility and key elements of each grant. Do we do that now, CEO?
We have been doing a lot better than we had in the past, so that's why we're actually putting this procedure in place so that we do it all the time for all our grants. So we do have a lot better data and capturing of that data now, and hence I've been reporting some of the information back through my performance review committee on what success we've had with grants.
Excellent, thank you. And just subsidiary questions. Would we be doing this on the website and would be accessible to the public? One of the reasons I ask about this is that quite often, I know we come across this in the Rotary Club, people ask for grants from out of Rotary Club funds, but you never tell whether they, or rarely do you get to find out whether they've applied for grants elsewhere for the same thing. Would this be available on the website for public viewing, the register of the grants?
No, it's not available publicly. So these are for grants that we have, council has initiated particular programs or projects, and we are applying for the grants. So we have actually either got a 50% grant, whether it's Building Better Regions, People for Places, those sorts of grants. So it's not a sort of a public register, but we would be required to, we report back through our budgeting of when we've been successful with grants, and it's also be through council reports around the success of those grants.
Yeah. I have one other question on this. Do you think that this process could be improved is one thing that I see is missing out of this is both in the policy and in the, particularly in the procedures, is that we're not requiring that we put down any of the outcomes of the or the impacts of these grants. And to me, that's that would be a good way to close off the grants themselves. So on page 131 or 132, if we required there, we've got there on 6.4.2, we've got application outcomes, but then we don't have anywhere in here a recording or a requirement to record any of the outcomes of the application of the grants.
That is actually part of the register, and the reason why we're wanting to put this process in place is so that we have identified what the operating and capital outcomes of applying for the grant would be, hence the policy and the procedure, because what we have had in the past where grants are applied for and then we don't look longer term about the implications, ongoing impacts of those grants. So there is requirements under 6.2.2 around the likely outcomes of the project in terms of applying for the grant. So they're asking staff to look longer term of the impact, not just applying for the grant because it's good, it's upfront capital costs. It's about looking at what the longer term issues are, and that is required as part of the application and part of the procedure.
If I might add a supplementary, then as we as a council, where would we, if I said, okay, well, I'll look at a grant 10 years ago that was provided by the federal government, where would I look? Would we have documentation on the website which said that the outcome of that particular grant was that A, the money was all spent, or objectives 1, 2 and 3 were achieved, number 4 wasn't, that the outcome of that led to, you know, greater transparency or increased efficiency or whatever? If
you were looking back 10 years, possibly not. We would probably need to go, we could look at the actual application. There's an acquittal process that's required for all grants. If we don't spend all the grant funding, then we need to return it usually back to the grant donor. Going back 10 years, no, hence this process, policy, procedure and the register, so we have that information available moving forward.
Okay.
My apologies to Jane.
Is there any further discussion? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Look, this is a great move forward. I think it really captures how we do grants and what we're going for and really explains it. But I do have a query on attachment C, approval to apply for grant funding. On page 137 and 138, does council have the capacity and expertise to carry out the task or project for which they are receiving the grant? Now, that's mentioned twice in the same form. So I'm not quite sure what the audit committee was reading, if they didn't pick that one up. So, and I reckon it's a good document. So that is a loaded question. It could be setting ourselves up because if we do not complete our KPIs, what we said we would do in a full year, if we do not complete a project which has a grant attached to it, you know, we have to send it back. So I'm just wondering whether that question in there should be in there and should it be in there twice. So I'm just wondering, I'm not quite sure who the author is, but I just don't think that is a good question to have in there. Something similar around a question which sort of ensures that, yes, we'll strive to maintain, you know, the grants that they become priority projects over any other projects, etc., or whatever. But again, you know, if someone wants to critique this later on and, you know, you look at a matrix and saying, geez, you knocked back, you stopped a few projects, you have to give your money back, you bet you say that yes. Because I imagine the answer in that column will be yes every time. And I don't think that's correct. We do not complete all our projects. We do not have the capacity or capability.
Do you want to respond to that?
Yes, through the Mayor. Obviously, yes, the question doesn't need to be in there twice, and I believe it is a question that needs to be asked. So it doesn't automatically isn't always yes. Sometimes council doesn't have the capacity and it may need to have additional resources, and it's relying upon those resources for the application of that grant, and then it also needs to look longer term. Hence the question's being asked, that we don't come into that situation. But it doesn't need to be in there twice, you are correct.
Is there any further debate or commentary from the floor? Councillor Hales, do you want to close the debate?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. No, I agree with elected members in that I like the document that we've been presented with. I think it's a good internal control to have that centralised knowledge about what grants are we applying for, and we don't have departments going after the same money twice or that type of thing going on. I would, however, my only concern about it is that it does lead down that road of you filling out a piece of paper so that you can then, if that's approved, go and fill out another piece of paper to fill out another piece of paper type of thing. So I like the document as it is, keep it short, simple, so it's not too just adding to the bureaucracy of it all.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. That closes the debate. I now put the motion, which is recommendation 2, parts 1 and 2, to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We now move to item 9.8, feedback sought on LGA discussion paper, electronic attendance at council meetings and informal gatherings. And I'll do that recommendation en bloc, that council receive and note the feedback sought, and that council submit the following feedback that is in the report. Was moved by Councillor Hales.
I'd like to discuss each one separately. Thank you, Mayor Jenkins.
All right. The first recommendation, that council receive and note feedback, Councillor Hales and Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. And the second recommendation, Councillor Hales and Councillor Henderson again. Would like to speak to that, Councillor Hales?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'll keep it short. I've always been a big supporter of this. I think COVID, some of the good things that came out of COVID was showing us how we could use technology to the benefit of our organisation, and this being one of them. So very much in favour of where this is headed.
Councillor Hales, Councillor Henderson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I agree. COVID-19 has taught us all how we can communicate and work in a much smarter way. And I'm very much aware that some of our extensive regional and rural areas have elected members who live literally hundreds of kilometres apart from one another. And this is one method by which it will make it easier for those people to come together for meetings. Also, in our own chamber, we have people working full-time who may not always be able to get to meetings because they work away from Victor Harbour. And so even in our own chamber, I think it would have benefits. But as I say, in the much more extensive rural areas, it would be absolutely the most efficient way for those people to have a meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Kemp, did you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. In the context of what it does do and doesn't do, a bit perplexed as to which way I'll go, but I'm sort of in the mind of, under the COVID-19 with the Emergency Management Act, the government has provisions to place those type of systems in place where we can meet by electronic means because we cannot meet face to face. And I think those provisions are already there. I understand where some of the councillors talk about, time constraints about getting to meetings. I'm just wondering on the backs of having half a chamber full of people face to face and the other half are on video conferencing, which is a possibility under this. To me, that would be very disruptive and very hard to manage, especially from the chair's point of view, trying to understand who's going to be talking, who's voting, and getting all those. And also for the gallery or the public to understand what we're discussing. So I prefer to not support this motion as it stands because it would lead to areas where it would, I think, become untenable for us to actually have a split chamber because some people can't make it. It's unfortunate people can't make it and they have to be an apology. But I just feel that it's a situation where it could become very complex and not as simple as people think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. And I'll just draw your attention and the attention of the chamber to that the councils have the ability to develop their own specific code of practice in relation to any meeting procedures that are undertaken in this way. So it's not prescriptive as such. Councillor Mann, then Councillor Littley.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I definitely support this recommendation. I think that one thing that local government doesn't do well at is promoting itself in terms of why people should run for an election and run to join their local government. I think there's often a lot of I guess the pros don't always outweigh the cons with it, and I think this is something that definitely provides for greater flexibility and greater ability to accommodate the more modern worker and the difficulty of travel especially. And I think it allows well for Victor if we start really promoting ourselves as that seaside destination where people can travel 2 days into the city and work and still live and be a part of our community. So I think it's definitely great at advocating that and providing more flexibility. Just, I think, commenting on Councillor Kemp's comments about trying to work between half in person, half on video link. I think there are some difficulties with getting used to this, but I think they can be worked around. I do recall one meeting where we had Councillor Hale's beautiful face up on the big screen behind administration, and I think that worked quite well. I think the meeting went pretty well. So I think it can be worked out.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Littley.
Yeah, I'll echo Councillor Mann's comments there. It is, I believe, working in this sort of environment and certainly tailoring it to our needs as a council and as a community. There is option to do that in our meeting procedures. But my experience through last year in the workplace, and also I felt in council as well, working through Zoom meetings and the like, was we were more efficient. It's certainly, there are reservations with the modern worker today in joining local government. I'm sure we all have our challenges in balancing time. Adopting technologies to improve our meeting procedures and improve our meetings, make it more accessible to more people to be involved in council is one thing which would potentially draw a greater diversity of elected member into the chamber going forward. But also I think it's adopting a technology that more people consume. We know that more people are live streaming and the like, and they are switched on into that. So definitely going forward, it needs some thinking, an element of thinking to see how it does work, where we might have people in chamber and people out there in the cyber chamber, so to speak. But I think that's something that we can work towards efficiently as a elected member body and administration to achieve, if that's the way it goes.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Charles?
I get the sense that this is going to go through, and I will support it. I just see that it is possible that the situation can be abused and it become a permanent thing for some people to be on Zoom and not in the chamber. I'd be wanting to know that the chamber will always be there for the public, for the residents to come and see an open council meeting. Many people in our community, for sure, and elsewhere, do not have the facilities to have computers and would even be able to pick it up. Because of their age and abilities with technology. So I'd just be only too happy to see that we are going to maintain a presence in the chamber, unless of course there was another reason, another pandemic where we couldn't do that. That goes without saying. There needs to be a good reason given by the councillor to not be present, and it doesn't need to become a habit either. I think we need to be in the chamber because that's That's what democracy is really all about, not getting elected to be on a screen somewhere or other, and really, I think we were more efficient in a sense, but we were not. It was a unique situation where we all found it to be different, and it was pleasurable to not have to come in. So COVID did teach us a lot of things, but I think you can be quite lazy by having that sort of arrangement on a permanent basis.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Any further discussion? Councillor Schofield?
I have mixed feelings about this. I have been involved, I guess like a lot of you, video conferencing of meetings and workshops, and I find that the best results are when we come together face to face and are able to have some discussion outside the chamber. I'm also concerned that this will become something of convenience, so it's really easy. I don't have to get dressed, I can just sit in front of a computer. I know we became more efficient when it was video conferencing, but you really don't have that opportunity for in-depth discussion. I will reluctantly support it because I believe that's what my fellow elected members want. But I would, you know, I'd be just watching it and err it with caution because it could be the undoing of a really good chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. If there's no further discussion, I'll ask Councillor Hales to close the debate. Councillor Charles, you've spoken. Have you got
A question, and maybe a clarification. Bringing this up is only a recommendation to the LGA, so it may not get up anyway.
That's certainly correct.
And it's something that this council has dreamt up, and so yes, I see it's progressive, and I think just so long as it goes to a greater group of people out there, which it's going to do, we can only put it forward for their analysis.
Yeah, so the feedback to the LGA in relation to their discussion paper is a result of the motion going to the state LGA conference earlier this year, late last year, in relation to the motion from Councillor Hales that went through this council. So the LGA is now looking for feedback from all of the councils before they actually put a motion together and look at whether or not this is going to happen. So the discussion paper and the questions that have been answered in your agenda and the responses that have been given by council will be going back to the LGA for their discussion.
Yep. Through the Mayor, just to add to that, it actually requires a change of legislation. So it's not just the LGA endorsing all the feedback they get back. What they're actually doing is collating information from the sector, and then they would put a submission to the Minister, because at the moment there is an amendment to the legislation to enable it to occur through emergency management procedure. What they're looking to do is enact that longer term. So it's still got a long way to go yet, because it actually requires a change to the Local Government Act.
There was a lot of debate at the state conference in relation to this. It only just got through, so it'll be interesting to see. Councillor Hales, you want to close debate?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yes, I was going to reiterate what was just covered in the conversation, so thank you very much to all involved in that one. I think, yeah, we need to keep moving forward, and as we've seen happen rather drastically in the last 12 to 18 months, the world of work has changed phenomenally. People who once worked in an office in Sydney or Melbourne now live in Victor Harbour and telecommute to work. So work is changing. Once upon a time, the boss would have been like, if you're not in the office, you're not at work. But that's changing as well. And absolutely it comes with its negatives and positives. But I think it will come with more positives, or at least It is local government trying to keep up with the culture we're living in. It's a reflection of the society, who we are. As outlined, this has a long way to go before it changes anything. It won't happen in this term of council, I can guarantee that one. Or I'd be very shocked if the state government moved on this in the next 18 months. So it'll be very interesting to see the feedback that comes back from all of the local councils around the state in relation to it, and where the Local Government Association takes it from there.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. I'll now put that recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried, thank you. We now move on to 9.9, which is the 2020-2021 Annual Business Plan Mid-Year Review, which has come back from the Audit Committee, and the recommendation is that the Council receive and note the Annual Business Plan Mid-Year Review Report. Moved by Councillor Henderson. And seconded by Councillor Litterly. Do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Henderson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly to say that it's good to see that some items have been completed and everything else is on track.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Litterly? No, does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson and then Councillor Kemp?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First up, I have some questions on the on-track part of the attachment. But I just draw attention on page 151 in the middle, and there it says that Council's performance target is to complete, or substantially complete, at least 90% of the KPA. Now, a lot of the KPAs relate to capital expenditure. So, because largely we struggle to keep the operating budget in balance with our revenue, and I get that. But if we're only aiming to do 90%, that means we've got about $3 million worth of expenditure each year that we are accepting that we may not necessarily, given our budget roughly 30 million. So 10% of that's 3 million of the budget. I know it doesn't work really strictly like that, but never mind. We need to be looking at much closer to 100%. And I really think that where it says there in brackets or substantially complete, the performance target is not being aspirational enough, which is what we say we are, the centre of aspiration. So when it comes to the format of these of the KPAs that we've got in here, I'm nowhere pressed for time tonight, but I've got comments on nearly every one of them, but I'm not going to go and do that for the chamber. I will, however, put these down in writing and send them along after this meeting. But I think what we need to do here is, of course, everything's on track. We aren't at the end of the financial year, so ipso facto, we are on track. We can't say that we haven't done it, but there's a lot of information, both explicit and implicit here, which says that, whoa, if you ask the question, are you really going to be finishing this by 30th of June? And here we are, you know, with 4 months to go. And I think that this has been a bit disingenuous, the table that's here about the progress update. At least if we're saying on track, we could put an estimate there of whether we're, you know, 80% on track or whatever, because some of these ones here, and I'll put this in writing, that I think that we, you know, we need to be better at reporting this sort of stuff, and rather than just saying we're on track and then we can beat our chests and move on to the next meeting. So Yeah, lots of questions, but I think that everything on track. To me, when we're going to come to a couple of other items on the agenda this night, further on, where clearly we're not on track. So there's some good stuff being done in here about the key performance key areas of our workload, but there are many in there that to me are, we're not doing ourselves a favour by just saying everything's okay and then we can just close our eyes and move on.
Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I would actually, thank you. Councillor Robertson, you seem to have made the assumption that the KPIs are reflective of an amount of money. They're actually the delivery of some projects. So your analogy around 90% achieved is something like we haven't spent $3 million of our budget is not actually relevant. So some of those projects may not have very much money associated with them at all. Some have significant amount of money. So I don't think that analogy is quite correct. That report was prepared as of January, so we are already 2 months further along in regards to delivery of some of those. And while there are set KPIs that the council set as part of its annual business plan and budget and a determination of what it would require delivery to be made, we've also included at least 17 other significant projects that don't have a KPI of giving of an update. We have given further, probably more explicit information through the CEO performance review in regards to some of those projects, but as a public outward facing document. The percentage of certain projects is probably not as relevant because there are some projects we may not even begin until later in the year. So that's not really always clear. And also the distribution of some of those funds for programs, again, is not quite even. It may be they're only delivered towards the end of the year. But again, take all your other comments on board. So I'm not sure whether Kelly, you wish to add anything further to those?
Thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Again, the reporting and information we're getting is always improving because that's about what feedback's about, what we give as a chamber. But I think if we put this under a project management umbrella, if we're looking at some of these KPIs and looking at back on track, would it be more prudent to, if you're planning out these projects, start and end dates part of the reporting lines that you may start on the 1st of July and finish on the 3rd of October? If you don't meet that criteria, there may be reasons for that, and there can be a good explanation as to why or what. Or if you finish early, there could be a reason for that too. But I'm just wondering from a project management point of view, to give more clarity around what we're achieving and when we're achieving, that we have a start and end date to some of the, or to these KPIs, so we get a better understanding of on track. On track to be 1% started, or just started today, it's on track. Doesn't mean do it. Just a suggestion to think about if we can improve on reporting. The other question I have is more along the lines of 4 months to go. Yes, I know this was written in January. Is there anything in here which we will not complete that you feel or see that you will not be able to achieve by the 30th of June because of certain circumstances prohibits the completion of some of these projects?
Kelly?
Thank you, through the Mayor. So in regards to projects that may fall behind or may not be completed at the 30th of June, we will do a thorough examination of all those projects during the 3rd budget review. So the March budget review will provide a much better level of information around where those projects are and possible work in progress projects that would need to be included in the budget for next year. So that will be the occasion when we'll be able to provide a much better level of understanding of how those are going. In terms of the particular KPI report, a lot of the different entries do contain some data around when the projects are going to commence. And just within the progress update, so there's a number of there that say it's going to start in March, April, with preliminary works done, that type of thing. But we can have a look at how we report that back. In terms of project management, this document isn't a project management document, so the individual sections and teams within council would have their Gantt charts around when they're doing things like that, but as an outward-facing document, this particular KPA update report isn't written that way at this point in time.
Thank you for that, Kelly. I suppose it's for, as you say, it's an outward-looking document, but for the community to understand how the money's been spent and when it's been spent, it'd be good for them to understand a start and finish date. Yes, the principle of project management can be in this document. It doesn't mean this is a project management document, but for information flow, I think that's what I'm saying, is that it's about letting our community know what's happening. And also elected members can talk to it, to the community, that yes, we believe we'll be finishing this project here, we'll be starting that one there, it'll be fantastic. They're better informed. We can then do our job a little bit better in communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Hales, did you?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I just want to offer a massive thanks or congratulations to the team in relation to where everything is at so far for the mid-year budget review. I think it's excellent that everything's either on track or completed already. And yeah, I think to just touch on a few of the comments that have been made, over half of the identified projects, so KPAs or key projects under our watch, over half of them do touch on operating budget areas. Most of those within those 17 significant activities, but that's because a lot of our budget in our operating area isn't things that are a key planned activity. We will continue to pick up rubbish, and that will cost us $1.something million, but we won't be labelling it as a key KPA because it's kind of status quo. If it was the transition from an old system to a new system, absolutely, I think it would have been in the KPAs. So that's why things make it in or why they're not in. And I think our role, our strategic role as elected members to provide that overview of things isn't to be diving down into the project management level. We have very well qualified staff to be doing that for us. And if they say it's on track, we should have the trust and the faith in them that they believe it's on track because they've gone and written a report, put their name to it and gone, it's on track. That's their accountability to us. And so I'd just like to thank you and look forward to the next one.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Charles?
Yep, I could agree with just about everything that most people have said. Now, I'd like to get something across, but I don't know whether I'm going to get very far. But we've got a consultation out there right now for the public toilets at the Bluff boat ramp. We're talking $188,000 for what I believe is just an unnecessarily large facility. It's just, we're starting to get the letters in now, and the comments from
Charles,
the public.
I know you preempted yourself.
I know,
and we are talking about.
I enjoy you cutting me off.
Councillor receiving and noting the annual business plan mid-year review report. The Bluff boat ramp public consultations is a completely different matter. So I'd really like you to keep to the report.
Well, whilst some councillors are permitted to say how well things are designed and thought out, and that we should just thank our staff for doing a great job, I'd have to, on this particular thing, say completely the opposite, because there has always been another alternative, and that's the facility at the
Councillor Charles, I'll remind you again to please speak to the recommendation that is before you. Do you want to say anything about the recommendation that is before you?
No, thank you, good Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any further debate on the issue?
Just a question.
A question, Councillor Kemp.
Concerning Councillor Charles' position on wanting to talk to some of the items within here, accepting the report and noting is one thing, but when do we get to discuss the KPA activities and where they're at if we don't do it now? When do we discuss it in chamber for the people and the public to hear it?
The item that Councillor Charles was talking about, when that public consultation finishes, it will come to the chamber. It will come to probably CASPAC, where there can be lots of debate and discussion about it. And there will be a time for each and every person to talk about it. At the moment, the recommendation before us, Councillor Kemp, is Council receiving and noting the annual business plan mid-year review report.
Okay, Mayor Jenkins, could you please, my question was, when do we get to discuss these KPAs and whether they're on track or not? If we can't raise it in a forum like this now, under this report, because we are receiving it, we should be able to talk to it. And all Councillor Charles, my understanding, was asking a question around that the toilet block facility.
I'll ask the CEO to respond to that.
Through the Mayor, I do note your question, and Councillor Charles, in response to your question about the Bluff boat ramp toilet facility, what went out to the community was a concept. It was a concept that was previously built at Renmark, and it was a starting point. And the location was a preferred location based on inspections. The whole idea of the consultation with the community has been made very, very clear, and the consultation we're receiving in already is about reducing their size, reducing their footprint. Is it needed? We're getting a lot of support for and against those facilities, but it's certainly not set in concrete in regards to the size of the facilities. We've received a lot of feedback regarding that already. That consultation closes on the 26th of February, and a report with all that consultation feedback and any proposed deputations from various parties will be presented to the March Council meeting.
Is there any further debate on the issue? In that case, Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate? No. I'll now put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Um, 9.10, and once again, this is in line with the building code requirement changes. And in accordance with Council Building Fire Safety Guide, which is the SA Government Plan SA Guide. 9.10, Victor Harbor Building Fire Safe Committee, the terms of reference. And I'll do that recommendation on block. And that Council receive and note the terms of reference report, and that Council adopt the reviewed Victor Harbor Building Fire Safety Committee terms of reference as provided at attachment A. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and second by Councillor Robertson. Would you like to speak to that, Councillor Henderson?
If I may, just to make a comment, in terms of neatness, on the first page of the terms of reference under purpose, item 2, particularly item 2.2.5, as I say, for the sake of neatness, I think we could take out the words to an acceptable level. I think that wording is unnecessary. If we took that out, 2.2.5 would read, where appropriate, negotiate a cost-effective solution with a building owner that will reduce fire safety risks to meet the required fire safety performance. Because that acceptable level is the required safety performance. So I think it's unnecessary to state that twice.
So would you like that to be a variation to the recommendation 2? Councillor Robertson is happy with that. Yep. So I'll just wait for Karina to put that in. Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to the motion? Councillor Robertson, would you like to speak to the motion? No. Does anybody want to speak to the motion? Councillor Kemp?
Yes, I was going to support this as it was, the terms of reference, but I can't now because the amendment or variation What people need to understand that with the fire safety requirements, the Building Fire Safety Committee operates under a certain criteria of codes and regulations and fire safety requirements and ministerial standards. There can be solutions which are for building requirements or safety requirements might require a certain type of performance or some type of systems in place, but through the Building Fire Safety Committee and the expertise on that committee can come up with a different solution to meet the same outcome, which is acceptable by the codes, but at a much cheaper cost. If we change the terms of reference to meet the requirements, then you could be causing more costs to the owner of a building, because the terms of reference won't allow the Building Fire Safety Committee to make alterations or adjustments to put a different system in. It still meets the requirements of a safety level, but at a much cheaper cost. There's always 2 or 3 different ways of providing fire safety requirements or systems in place. Leave it to the experts to decide which is the best. If they believe that it needs a full requirement, they will enforce that. But if it requires a different solution, they have the ability to do that. And I think changing it the way I see it will limit the Building Fire Safety Committee to do their job effectively.
Can I ask a question, Councillor Kemp, just to clarify what you're saying? So if we take council as an example, you'd be happy for us to reduce fire safety to an acceptable level and meet the requirement, but you wouldn't be happy to take out the acceptable level? You wouldn't be happy for us to meet the requirement? I'm not quite sure how that changes it. I'm just clarifying.
Again, it's just my interpretation, how I read it and how I interpret it. So I prefer no changes to the current terms of reference because I think it meets the requirements, and changing it can limit the Building Fire Safety Committee ability. That's my interpretation. So that's why I won't support it as it's written now.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate?
Just to try to explain further that the acceptable level is the required fire safety performance. They can't be different. Logically, they cannot be different.
Thank you. That debate's closed. I'll now put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is lost. Councillor Kemp, did you want to have a different motion, go back to the original motion?
If you're asking me to move the original motion, yes, I will.
Do I have a seconder for the original motion? Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Either of you want to speak to that?
No, thanks, Mayor Jenkins. I think I've said what I need to say.
Anybody want to speak to that? Put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 10, Community and Development. There are no reports for council decisions. And we come to item 11, Corporate and Customer Services, looking at the 2020-2021 December budget review. I'll do that recommendation separately. Council receive and note the budget review report, moved by Councillor Litterly and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. The second recommendation is that Council endorse the 2021 budget December review as presented in the financial statements at attachment A, detailing the net capital expenditure and deficit as noted. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Hales. And seconded, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Hales, do you want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the
I just draw attention on page 202 here to the great amount of work that's been done in the in finance on this report. It also, I refer to my comments before about the KPAs. That is that this is a more detailed and certainly less subjective commentary on what we have going on at present. And it says here, and I'm sure it's happened, that during the review process, budget officers were asked to provide information on the status of projects and indicate any that were deemed unlikely to be completed 30th of June due to various reasons. Then the third paragraph down, there are over 90 capital project numbers that include major works, asset purchases and allowances for replacement equipment. Of these, approximately 20% have been completed. And the 10% have been identified as potential works in progress. And as they arrive at design or not on track, and 65% are on track and expected to be completed by the 30th of June, which to me says that there's quite a few in there that are not going to be completed by 30th of June. Do your own sums on what you think that means, but to me it's important to note that in this year in particular, that okay, if we have projects that we put in train that were originally planned to be completed in 2021, that's by 30th of June 2021, that one would hope that we're not doing too much carrying over of works or funds. So I commend the finance staff on the work that's been done here, but I think that it'll be very interesting to see. We have an enormous amount of work to be done next 4 months.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Kemp and Councillor Kemp.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Just a question of the Audit Committee members, or if Kelly would like to answer this one. The Audit Committee, there's no indication or comments about the financial indicators, if they're happy with how they're tracking, or should there's a recommendation to Council to tighten up or do something. There's no comments at all from the Audit Committee on the financial indicators because it's 2 out of 3 are not tracking very well.
Kelly, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, through the chair. So there were no particular comments or feedback that the Audit Committee wanted to bring back to Council at this point in time. I think in regards to the operating budget, the fact that the deficit had improved is going in the right direction, and that many of the increases around capital works for different projects were decisions made in the chamber, so they had come back to Council for a formal decision to be made, was one of those reasons why as well.
Are there any further comments or debate? Councillor Hales, did you want to close the debate? I'll put it to the chamber then. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Being 8 o'clock, we could resolve to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes for a bit of a stretch and a break. You'd like to do that? Hands up those who would like to have a break for 10 minutes. All right, we'll see you back here at 8:10. Thank you. 9 past, we might get started. Item 11.2, we're up to page 211. Delivery of customer services over the 2021 peak holiday period, and the recommendation is that council will receive the note the delivery of customer services holiday period report. And before we move on that recommendation, I'd just like to thank the staff for actually getting that report together. There's lots of really interesting information in there and lots of questions that often as elected members we are asked. So thank you very much, it's quite valuable. Would someone like to move the recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Schofield, and seconded Councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to that?
Yes, I would. I'd also like to thank the staff. I found that extremely informative and gives us a clearer understanding of how some of our assets are being utilised.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. Councillor Henderson?
I just have a very quick question, just for my own interest. The dog attacks, are these attacks on other dogs or on people? Or a combination of both?
Yeah, it was a bit of both actually, because I was involved in some of those calls. So it was majority of them are actually dog attacks on other dogs. Dogs getting out and getting onto other people's properties.
Would anybody else like to speak to the report? Councillor Charles?
Yeah, great information, plenty there to look at and digest. And it is good to see what goes on behind the scenes. Well, it's behind the scenes for all of us, I think, really. I noticed after hours calls and during holiday, Christmas, New Year, we were having trouble with our answering service at one time. It seems like things have improved. It's interesting to know there was a total of 53 calls during Christmas and New Year, 46 successful and then 7 abandoned because people were listening supposedly to the message, which I don't know, does the message change when you go on holidays or is it the same message? Perhaps that's a question first.
It doesn't change as such, but it does tell them that it's the after hours call and they need to stay online to then actually get to the after hour call service. So some actually do abandon because they think the council is closed and we talk about the opening hours. Then we say if you want to stay online, you actually need to stay online to talk to the after hours call service. So we think most people do abandon because they just think we're closed.
Oh, you can't do more than that. I know that we change hours and we make it very specific when we've got a break time so people precisely know what they're going to do. But if you're doing that, if you can't move that a little bit earlier, perhaps in the conversation, I don't know. A lot of people still ring it, still will hang up, I know. But I think that's improved markedly, which is great.
If I may, through the Mayor, part of actually seeking this report from the administration, bring it to the Chamber, was obviously to give you that back-end information because it was something I'd like to do on a regular basis. But we did have a particularly busy period over this Christmas break. A lot more people down here, a lot more issues with waste collection, cleaning of toilet facilities and parking. But I thought that they were managed well. It was also an opportunity to monitor the need for opening our library during that Christmas break, and that was something that my conversations with our library staff leading up to, and then obviously over the Christmas break, and it is something I'd like to present to the Chamber later in the year when we do our closing hours over Christmas. Probably look to trial having the library open during that public holiday time. Yeah, there certainly is an interest, and I think it would be successful because we are not looking at opening up the office side, but coming into the library. We do still have a lot of people coming down who want to borrow a book, and they're down here for that holiday period, and I think it would be quite successful.
Is there any further commentary? Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Again, good report. I mean, good reports also provide opportunity for questions and explanations. And under Public Safety and Regulatory Services, 6-week period, very busy. Parking expiation issued only 67 over that 6-week period. There were people everywhere. People were parking everywhere. Yet only 67 expiations were issued over 6 weeks. What's the work routine for the, or how many council inspectors do we have available to do this type of work, or they do other work? Do they double up? All those types of things. Because I thought, considering how many people here, is a very low number of people, and I've noticed myself driving around, people parking anywhere.
So we have 3 inspectors, and there's obviously on a roster system. Usually the approach is providing some warnings. If the people are around and about, we can provide some warnings for them to move on. It's not our approach to go and expiate first off the bat. So we know that there's a number of conversations. I am also aware that a number of expiations went out, probably more so in the February month after this report was done, because those warnings were no longer valid, asking people to move on, and we saw repeat offences being made, particularly around the Bluff Boat Ramp area. So there's probably been more expiations since that holiday period has occurred. So, but the approach is to actually try and get people to move on first without expiating.
Does anybody have any other questions or anything to contribute to the debate? Councillor Schofield, did you want to close the debate? In that case, I'll put the recommendation to the chamber. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. (11.3) Rating review. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the rating review report. Councillor Hales, thank you, and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, Mayor, is this only receiving the report or?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. No, I don't want to speak to it, sorry. I thought we were, the way it was written up here, that it was all going into choosing one of these 3. Sorry, yep.
If no one wants to debate the report, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. There are 3 options here. Councillor Henderson.
I would like to propose option 2.
Thank you. And Councillor Schofield, do you want to second that? Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Henderson?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think we've already had the discussion in our budget workshop.
Thank you. Councillor Schofield? The same. Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp?
Thanks, Mayor Jenkins. Just a more of a question clarification, and it may not come into this area, but the fixed charge is not part of this process. It's a different, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Any further questions or debate? Councillor Glasbrook, Councillor Charles and Councillor Hales.
Thank you. Well, unfortunately, I missed the last meeting. I couldn't be here. I won't be supporting this. I believe that we should be going out to consultation. I think rates is one of the most discussed things amongst our community and one of the biggest issues, you know, with council. I believe that we should just be going out with a little bit more of an open for discussion with our community, with everything on the table. You know, I've been approached yesterday. Someone had read the agenda and was disappointed, for example, that we were continuing the 10% discount for our rural properties. They felt that that was only ever put in place for, you know, drought relief at the time, and now it's been going on for years. And I know that people have also been unhappy with the differential rating on the commercial properties, and I know that the residential people won't want to pay the gap. And you know, the answer is difficult, but we're not asking our community what they want, whether they, you know, whether they want, for example, if I use that same example, the rural properties to have a 10% discount. Maybe the majority of people don't want that to happen, and we don't know that. So I'm not necessarily in favour of going out to public consultation with, you know, that we should do, this is what we're going to do, what do you think? I think we should go out to our population and say, this is what we're doing now. Right? Do you like it? Don't you like it? What really do you think? I know you might get a Pandora's box of answers, but at least we've gone out and we've asked them and we've done our due diligence, and you know, we can assess what people say. We might not get very many replies at all. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But so anyway, that's my opinion. I think we should go out, we should ask our community, this is what we're doing now, how do you think we could do it better? Very open. No, option 2 is, oh no, I'll just vote against it. If this lapse, if this fails, we can talk about a different option.
Thank you, Councillor
Mr. Mayor?
You can, but I've got Councillor Glasbrook, Councillor Charles and Councillor Hales, and then you can ask your question. Councillor Charles?
It's probably obvious, but by the fact that there's no comment on any change to commercial and industrial, residential and rural, does that mean by the non-mentioned they don't change in this option 2? The only change is up 10% on vacant land.
That's my understanding, yes.
Mine too. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hales?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'm going to vote against this, as I made clear to my fellow elected members in the workshop we did have. I'm very much in favour of changing our differential rating system, and while this motion does achieve the change to differential on the vacant land, it doesn't achieve over time those changes to the commercial and industrial rates that I believe would be best. So I'll be voting against this.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Councillor Robertson, you had a question?
Yes, Mayor, I was thinking that I agreed with Councillor Glasbrook in respect that just that first phrase that's at the top of option 1, which is the council proceeds to public consultation, that we could insert that into option 2 first up by saying the council proceeds to public consultation and in consideration of the significant impact, yada, yada, yada. That we just insert that.
Yep. If Councillor Henderson and Schofield are happy with that, we could take that as a variation, but I might just ask Kelly to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you. Through the Mayor. So just inserting that in option 2, I don't think that will give you the outcome that you're after, because it goes on to say that we basically will do it in conjunction with the consultation paper that's attached. So if you are proposing to go with a review of the differential rates on commercial and industrial, you can basically go with option number 1. If you want to go out with an open slather, let's see what the community wants, we probably need to write that up as a different recommendation.
My understanding, Kelly, and tell me if I'm wrong, Councillor Robertson, you were suggesting that we go with option 2 in terms of the vacant land differential, increasing that, but we have a community consultation around it. So just inserting the council proceeds to public consultation and then doing option 2. Is that right? Or
Yeah,
did you want to
That's
have...
right. I agree with Councillor Glasbrook's proposal that we need to be taking this out to the public. And the very act of taking it out to the public and saying, this is what we're proposing to do, what do you think? At least makes them feel involved.
Just a moment, Councillor Kemp. So are you clear on that, Kelly, in terms of the response that you gave?
Thank you, through the Mayor. If I can just clarify, so you would want to go to public consultation now rather than doing it with the annual business plan. So option 2 included that we would go to public consultation on the 10% increase to the vacant land differential, but we would do it in conjunction. If that was the only change that was being made, we would do that in conjunction with the annual business plan to prevent going out for 2 separate public consultations, and just try and make that a bit more efficient, process. So just to clarify, did you want public consultation now just on that, or with the annual business plan?
I think, Kelly, this is quite a, if I might, through the mayor, I think this is a very important topic to a lot of people. And while what you say is more efficient to do it as part of the annual business plan, public consultation, that tends to be a big topic with loads of stuff going in there. You can get lost on rating policy very easily. Whereas just going out on this it should be a relatively simple process, because it should be sort of like a quarter of a page, you know, getting feedback from people.
Yep. So Councillor Robertson, so please, it's hard if you're talking, Councillor Glasbrook. Councillor Robertson, just to be clear, you're wanting to go out for public consultation specifically on increasing the vacant land differential from 150 to 160%. There's nothing else.
No, you're right, Mary. I wasn't going out on a single issue of the vacant land.
Okay.
I was going out on the basis of the rating review process is something that's a
so
big
that's
topic.
Yeah. So that's option one. If option two doesn't get up, then option one actually goes to public consultation on the basis of the rating consultation paper. Option two is specifically looking at the vacant land differential and moving that from 150 to 160%, and that's the option that that was moved by Councillor Henderson and Schofield. So if that option is lost,
You're right. I think you're correct. You're absolutely correct. I would be going for option one, not two. Yeah.
So if option two is lost, then somebody may want to move an alternative motion in terms of either option one or option three. Now, David Kemp, you wanted to speak, and then Councillor Littley.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. The time frames we've got left for this financial year before we make a decision on the rating review, could we not run a consultation process first, adjourn this item? Do we have time frames to do that and get feedback to have a better position from the community before we put it to them as part of our annual business plan, what we're going to put up?
Through the Mayor, it's part of your decision tonight. You can't adjourn this matter because this matter is about the rating review, and you need to actually have something to take out to consultation. Every time you adopt your annual business plan and budget, you actually consult on your rating structure. You explain to the community how you currently rate and how there is different mechanisms for rating, and that's what you have currently in place. What we're doing now is you're either choosing to change that, and if you're going to change it, you need to consult with the community on what those proposed changes are and how they're going to impact on their rates now and into the future, and when you plan to implement it. And that's the feedback that you come back with too. It may be that you don't actually look to even implement it for the 21-22 financial year, and you go with your current rating structure, which still would be consulted on in your annual business plan and budget. This is a completely separate exercise.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, CEO. But I guess trying to understand where Councillor Glasbrook's coming from is that, you know, before we make a decision tonight, why not go to our community and talk to them about how they see the rating review as a whole, and do they want all of it changed or just some of it changed before we make this decision? So I just wondered if we've got the timelines to do that.
You do. So you could choose to do option one, for example, if option two is lost, and you could take as long as you need. It doesn't have to be finalised in preparedness for this financial year. You could take another 12 months to gather that feedback, bring it back into the chamber, debate it a bit further, look at what your pros and cons are. But it's about making that decision to go out now for that full consultation. It could have no impact whatsoever on your 21-22 financial year, because you don't have to. There isn't a legislative requirement for you to have it implemented by then. But if you're wanting to start it now, then you know you are restricted with some time frames, but you aren't restricted. You'd take as long as you wish.
Excuse me, Mayor, can I move that the motion be put?
Well, you just have, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I move the motion be put, and because then we'll come back with another motion. We're going to sit and talk about this around and around and around, and it drives me mad.
You're seconding that, councillor Hales? All those in favour of the motion being put? Those against? That is carried. I put the motion, which is option 2. All those in favour? Those against? That's lost. Councillor Glasbrook.
Yes, thank you. I foreshadowed that I'd like to try and move something else. And it's none of these options here, so I'll need assistance with it. But I believe that we have this opportunity will only come along every now and again. We've had opportunities in the past, such as our representation review, which was about how many elected members we were supposed to have, and we lost a golden opportunity there to make a change. This is the same opportunity. We have an opportunity now to make a change. It's a big decision. As I say, it's one of the things that we all hear about is rates from a council point of view. I believe we should go out with a very open mind, seeking what our community would consider would be appropriate, and then make our mind up. So how on earth you write that down, I've got no idea. But I think we just need to go out to consultation with multiple scenarios. What would it look like if we did remove the 10% off of the rural? What would it look like if we did reduce commercial? All of the different options to the community and see what they say. True and open consultation. And then bring it back and we'll have another meeting and we'll sort it all out. That's what I would like to see happen. Others may have a different opinion.
We'll just formulate the motion.
Right, so through the Mayor, it's difficult just to formulate what you're trying to do. My suggestion is you've got a consultation paper where you've looked at some scenarios already around reducing the differential and increasing your vacant land. And this specifically hasn't actually looked at increasing your primary industry, but that's not to say that feedback won't come back. But as a council, you've got to have a starting point. So your current consultation paper, which is in here, which is option 1, is a starting point to consult on. And if that's what you're wanting to do, I would highly recommend you go with option 1 and start that process. And part of the engagement is for us to have some meetings to go to the primary producing or your rural sector, get their feedback, go to the business sector, we'll have some key stakeholder engagement. That's all within that consultation paper to gather that information for you then to come back. And that consultation will guide some different scenarios we then would need to formulate for the chamber to consider.
Okay, well, I'll move option 1, but I'll just change it to include consideration of putting the rural back up to 100%.
Question, Mayor?
And sorry?
Councillor Littley had a question. We don't have a seconder for this yet, so I'd like to, you're going to second it, Councillor Littley? I'll just ask Councillor Littley and Glasbrook if they want to speak to it, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Robertson. Is there anything else you want to say?
I'll speak when I close if I have to. I've said enough already. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Littley?
Yeah, I'll speak to it. Look, I'm quite fine with adding in that last bit or that extra bit to the option that is there on the paper. Mainly because I think that if we are to go out to public consultation, and Councillor Glasbrook raised it at the start, that if we just go out there on a rate review and putting that to public consultation, what does the public want? We will have open up a Pandora's box. It is a hot topic, and most often the response you'll get from the public is, we don't want any change or put my rates down. And it's not an informed decision. It's not about, it doesn't address or look at, or sorry, it's not an informed response, and it doesn't address the different levers that we need to consider and the administration need to consider to keep our council going. People say, well, drop my rates, but still give me bin collection, weekly, and make my footpath and put a youth centre in over here. And I know that Councillor Glasbrook understands that more than anyone probably in this whole chamber. He says that all the time. So it is important to go out there with some kind of parameters and some structure and something to speak to. And the CEO has said that. So I'm happy to go out and litmus test those ideas as a starting point. And I think that it's also been explained that we don't have to put this in place for this budget cycle, for this next year. It can be put in going forward. It is a big thing to change your rating structure and the way you go about things. So I can appreciate where Councillor Glasbrook is coming from with getting that feedback from and that public consultation. And we will know if we take our time with it and we don't do it quickly in this or try to rush it into this cycle, we will get a better understanding of what is really wanted out there with the public. The public will understand the process that we have to go through as an elected body and as a council to make everything work as well. So, the community also currently knows our model. They've been consulted on that by paying their rates in the past, over time. So they understand where we're at the moment. So it is a change. So we should go back out to them thoroughly. So I'm obviously supporting it.
Thank you. Before I go to you, Councillor Robertson, I'll just check with Councillor Glasbrook and Littley that we have got this motion as they want it. The addition is and an increase to the primary production rate to 100%, and then it goes on. Are you happy with that? Yep. You happy with that, Councillor Littley? Councillor Robertson, you wanted to speak.
Yes, Mayor, I think that I wouldn't bother about, well, on the option 1 in front of us, I'd stop at the end of the first, I'd stop at the end of the second line where it says rating consultation paper. Ditch the last 3 lines, that'd be enough.
I think the CEO's explained why it's important to actually have something that you can start with that can then, from that baseline, be changed with the feedback from the consultation. But I'll note that. Do you want to make a comment?
Through the Mayor, if I may, Councillor Glasbrook. Just noting with the change of incorporating the primary production rate in there, we are going to have to update that paper. So I won't be able to meet the commence consultation on the 25th of February. Can I suggest changing it that we commence consultation in March? And that just gives me a bit more of a window. It will commence in March and I have to meet the timeframes and guidelines, but I just need to make adjustments to that paper. So we'll commence the consultation in March 2021. Thank you.
You happy with that, Councillor Littley? Yep. Any further discussion on that, Councillor Kemp?
Thanks, Mayor Jenkins. Just the last 2 lines, I'm not quite sure if it reads correctly. A reduction to the differential rate for commercial and industrial to 100% over the 5-year period to lessen the annual impact on residential properties. Shouldn't that be lessen the impact on commercial and industrial properties?
No, because you'll decrease your commercial from 130 to 100, but you're actually going to spread the burden amongst your residential. So you don't want to have that increase in 1 year, you want to spread it over 5 years because
so
someone's got to take the difference.
So in other words, this will be an increase in residential properties.
Correct. That's what, as it's explained in the paper, some more than others, and you'd need to do that gradually.
Yeah, again, I think it just gives a different interpretation how I read it. It's an annual impact, but it will impact on products, but it says it won't. But it will impact on residential properties.
Yeah. Yeah, and so you do it over 5-year periods so that you lessen the impact on residential properties rather than it going up that first year in a big lot.
I understand. I was just thinking the way it's reads that people may interpret it differently.
That's noted. Any further comment? Councillor Charles?
I vote for option 2 because I could see that no change to anything pretty much, and it was the least amount of pain for the greater gain, and we do have to have some money to pay the business association and to keep them going with the plan that they have. and it should come from the business association or from the business industrial properties. And I don't see any reason to support this particular one, because although we may feel a little bit better that we've spoken to everybody, it's just going to be we know the answer, and we have the information. As Councillor Lilly said, we can make an informed decision. The public, even if we gave them all the information, all the silly things we want to build and all the money we want to throw away, that are not necessary right now, but maybe in 10 to 15 years' time, some of it. I think we're just getting too carried away with so many things. But
thank you, Councillor Charles. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I'm in favour of option 1 with the amendment. I think that, I guess, especially with regard to the differential rate for commercials, I think that, I guess, and what the report highlights is very true. I think many businesses in Victor don't operate in the traditional bricks and mortar shopfront sense. And I think that, I guess, the differential rate is fairly, I guess, archaic in these modern times of only targeting those who have those shop premises. And I think that if we want to encourage shops to go into the main street for particular and activate those vacant areas and just bring the street alive, I think this tax doesn't really help that and really help the broader business sense. I think, not only does removing it encourage economic development, but I think it gives us more flexibility around how we use those funds, where one year it might be less towards it and then another year it might be a bit more. And I think some comments about Business Victor Harbor and previously come up in the workshop. I think the differential rate doesn't say that we have to give Business Victor Harbor money to fund their projects. That's a council decision that we've made, and we can still make that decision regardless of whether we have the differential rate or not. So I think that's a key consideration for this. And yeah, I agree, putting out something firmly to public consultation is much better than something that's sort of open-ended and airy, and then the community aren't actually sure about what we're doing. So I think, yeah, this is the way to go. So I commend my fellow elected members for getting to this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Are there any? Councillor Glasbrook, you'll be closing debate if you speak. Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I might start off with a question in relation to the motion in front of us, and that is that through this consultation, the document by UHY, will that be included in the consultation and therefore become a public document?
Yes, that will form the consultation. Hence, we'd need to incorporate the primary production component within there and how that would impact. Yes, that would be the consultation paper, which informs the community about what we're doing, why we're doing it, what the rating review is about, and then seeking that information as outlined on page 224 by way of public meetings, social media, all the different formats that we use for consultation.
Yeah. I asked that question because in the paper is also included discussion around the fixed charge. So it'll be interesting, I guess, also to see what feedback comes in relation to the fixed charge, not just the differential rates in our rating structure and how we pull in X amount of dollars each year. I think, yeah, I have concerns. Sorry, I've gone from question into debate now. Sorry, Victoria. Concern around consultation is it can be, as another member said, a bit of a Pandora's box, especially around something like this. If someone was to ask me if I want to pay less for electricity, I'd say yes. If I wanted to pay less for rent, yes. If I want to pay less for car rego, yes. So it can lead into a very dangerous territory. And so framing it correctly, going, okay, you need to get 10 eggs. How do you collect the 10 eggs? As opposed to going, is 10 eggs the right number, is a very important part of that process as well. So I'm happy to support this. I'm interested to see where we end up on the other side.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Councillor Glasbrook, you wanted to close the debate if no one's got anything else to say?
Thank you. Yeah, just quickly, I totally agree with Councillor Hales. That's exactly right. We need to frame this very well. Clear that we need a similar amount of money that we're getting now. It's just how do you want us to collect it is the question that we want to ask. And just to answer your point, Councillor Charles, I mean, you might be 100% right. There may be no change, and doesn't matter, but just if you look at this one agenda that we've got tonight, we're going out to community consultation about a mountain bike strategy. We're going out to community consultation for a coastal adaptation strategy. We're going out to community consultation about a scooter park. Why on earth wouldn't we go out to consultation about the most significant things like council rates? That's my opinion.
Thank you. The debate's closed. I now put that option or that motion to the floor. That's the motion that is on the board in front of you. And all those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We now come to item 12.1, Stormwater Management Plan Stakeholder Consultation. I will do the recommendation en bloc unless anyone objects, and the recommendation is that Council receive and note the consultation report and that Council proceed to public consultation guided by attachment A to inform the development of the Stormwater Management Plan. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Schofield, and seconded by Councillor Robertson. Do either of you want to speak to that? No, Councillor Robertson? Does anybody want to speak to that? Put that to the floor then. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 12.2, the speed limit review on Jagger Road, Encounter Bay. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the review. Someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Hales and Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Kemp, sorry, I wasn't sure if you were in favour or against that. You're in favour? Yeah, thank you. That's carried, thank you. Recommendation 2, that Council endorse the speed limit reduction from 60 to 50 kilometres an hour along Jagged Road from Olive Bank Crescent Avenue to Three Gullies Road. Does someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Schofield. And do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Littley. Do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Littley?
Yeah, I'll just speak to it in the sense that I'm not particularly fussed about the speed limit on Jagger Road. It's not a road that I use regularly, but I understand obviously it's a residential area. I think my reason for supporting this speed limit reduction is based solely around the fact that we've put angled parking up there when we've had overflow overflow parking. We're trying to encourage boat trailers and that to use that area up there. So a reduction in speed limit, reduction in speed down there would be a benefit in those high traffic times when people have got trailers. That's the basis of my support.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to that? Thank you, Councillor Kemp.
Just a question. I know we're talking about recommendation 2, but under recommendation 4, we're talking about a traffic impact statement. Do we not need to do one for recommendation 2 as well?
I'll put that to Karen.
Thank you. Through the chair. No, the advice that we received from the Department for Infrastructure and Transport was that they were comfortable with this reduction without further works. But for the second part of the inquiry, they suggested that would be required before they'd be prepared.
Are there any further questions or any further debate? Councillor Schofield, do you want to close debate? Put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. The third recommendation is that Council endorse the changes to the relevant speed limit signage as indicated in speed zoning plan as your agenda and attachment B. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Littley, thank you. And Councillor Schofield, either of you like to speak to that? Anybody like to speak to that? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor, it's just that I couldn't understand that particular recommendation, sorry, but the attachment B is just a diagram and extremely difficult to read, so I've no idea what it was about.
I'll ask Director Rokoczynski may be able to respond to that.
Through the chair, the diagram was simply to indicate where the signage ought to be installed in line with the recommendation that you've just endorsed.
Are there any further questions or that needs clarification? Councillor Schofield, do you want to close the debate? Oh, sorry, Councillor Littley. No. I'll put recommendation 3 to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. The fourth recommendation is that Council engage an experienced traffic engineer to prepare a traffic impact statement of Beatty Road, Waipinga Road to Three Gullies Road roundabout and Three Gullies Road, Beatty Road to Kings Beach Road to determine whether or not a standard 50 km/h speed limit at this location is supported, and that a budget transfer of $4,100 is endorsed for this purpose from the job lots that are on your agenda. Councillor Littley moving that way and seconded by... If there's no seconder, this will be lost from want of a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Littley?
I actually think this is the most important recommendation in this item. People who have grown up in this area know what Beatty Road is to locals, and it's the Big Dipper. Getting a better understanding of traffic movement along there could prove very important for us as a council, and taking responsibility for our roads and some sort of level of traffic management there, or getting an idea of what's needed there can only fare well.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Any further comment on that motion? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, I totally agree. This is, I'm not too fussed about the stuff that's in here about Beatty Road, but that Three Gullies Road, it never ceases to amaze me why we don't have more major accidents on that road, whether they be single car accidents or two car accidents, and it's a dreadful piece of road. Yeah, as I say, I'm amazed that we don't have more accidents there, but this is, if we have a serious, because the background that's in here really would seem to be all focused on Beatty Road, not on Three Gullies Road, which has to be an incredibly dangerous road, particularly as more holiday makers come down here. And once you're on the Big Dipper, I mean, it's very difficult to slow down on it. Maybe not lose control. So for people that are coming new into the area, it's good to have a traffic impact statement on that.
Councillor Glasbrook?
Oh, look, I think I'll speak against it and vote against it. I totally agree, it's a dangerous road. But to say that it's more dangerous at 60 kilometres an hour than it is at 50 kilometres an hour is not a factor for me. I mean, I go down that road every now and again, and if you can't safely drive down there at 60 kilometres an hour, you probably need to consider your driver's licence, in my opinion. It's only if you're doing 80 or 100 that you're going to get into trouble, and that's when you do get into trouble. So really changing it to a non-standard 50 kilometres, is that really going to make any difference? I'm not sure that it will. It's not going to take the danger away. People are still going to go in there at 80 or 100. That's when they'll get into grief. So I'm not in favour of changing it from 50 to 60 because I don't think that'll solve the issue. The issue is that it's a dangerous road, and I don't know what the answer is there. And if we change this recommendation to perhaps make a recommendation of how to make it not such a dangerous road, would be better than just simply reducing it from 60 to 50, because what's the point, in my opinion? It's still going to be a dangerous road. So I don't think I will support it. Not as it's written there.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Any further comments or debate? Councillor Littley, do you want to close the debate?
I know I'll be closing the debate. I don't completely disagree with what you've said there, Councillor Glasbrook, but I feel that having an experienced traffic engineer determine or prepare an impact statement which considers a change from 60 kilometres to 50 kilometres, that takes in more than that consideration. It takes in more than the speed consideration. It looks at the road in its whole, you know, in its, or holistically, and it looks at what might be going there. There may well be a recommendation from this expert that changing from 60 to 50 isn't the only thing that's required to make that a safer road. It may be, and it may end up costing us more as a council to really implement their recommendations. That said, if it's going to make it a safer road and it's going to stop that tragedy or that carnage that would, you know, what price of life type situation, if it does come out at a higher cost, that's the cost that we're going to have to pay. I think that at least having a look at it in this with those lenses on, with that lens on, can give us some more information. Plus, it highlights the fact that it's a dangerous road that we're looking at it, and I think that's part of the one of the advantages. It would be highlighting the dangers of that road, and saying that we're taking it seriously, that it is a dangerous road. It needs to be looked at closely and forensically. So I hope you do change your idea for support. I don't know if we can alter the motion now.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I'll give you some leeway to ask a question.
Yeah, well, it's a question. The question
We've
is,
closed the debate.
will this report look at other things? I mean, it's fairly specific to me. It's going to go from 60 to 50. You know, I don't believe that'll make it a safer road. So will that report look at other aspects, or will it look at that one aspect?
Thank you. Through the chair, if given the debate in the chamber, I can certainly put that to the experienced traffic engineer and see what additional information they can provide to us. It can be sometimes about how we craft the question. They may not be prepared to go too far beyond that scope for the allocation that we've got, but it's certainly, I think that they will provide that background and context in coming to their decision regarding the speed, and I can be sure to word it accordingly.
I gave Councillor Glasbrook a chance to ask a quick question. If it's a very quick one, Councillor Charles will give you the same response, but debate has closed.
Right, then perhaps we need a concrete barrier down the middle of it, because it's head-on collisions that are the main concern in that location. So let's get the traffic engineer to look at something like that. I can't see of any other way around it, speed or otherwise.
I'll now put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? Can you please keep your hand up? And all those against? That's carried, thank you. .3, the licence transfer for Seaside Fish and Chips. The first, I'll do the recommendation en bloc that council receive and note the licence. Councillor Charles?
Yep, I'd move that.
Oh, you happy to move it en bloc?
Yeah, most definitely.
Does somebody want to second that? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Charles?
No, thank you.
Councillor Henderson, does anybody want to speak to it? Okay, so I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Victor Harbour mountain bike strategy, 12.4. I'll do this en bloc unless anybody has got any, would prefer to have it broken up. Would somebody like to move those three recommendations en bloc? Thank you, Councillor Littley. And seconding that? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Either of you want to speak to it?
Yep.
Councillor Littley.
I'd just like to say that look, the mountain bike strategy, I think this is a pretty key strategy that we've got and an approach that we've got, given things that are going on around us as far as neighbouring councils and with our state government bodies that are certainly looking more and more into this kind of recreational pursuit. I think that getting this right and having a strategy and getting some facilities in place is really important for Victor Harbor and our district to jump on board, but get on the bike, I suppose.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Councillor Robertson, do you want to speak to this?
Yes, Mayor. All good. Except looking at the community consultation program at the 255 and 256, I think this one we would benefit a lot from. There's only one workshop, I think, that's out there. I think that it would be worthwhile having a couple of them, just so you can capture the maximum number of people who'd be interested in. So if we're budgeting for this exercise, I'd be putting a second workshop in there somewhere just so we can capture as much information as possible. Feedback.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Robertson. I'll say the staff can take that on board and see what they can do in relation to organising a second workshop. The Director Rotoczynski has noted that the workshop is just currently listed for elected members, not necessarily community, although I imagine it would be an open workshop. Did you want a community workshop to be
Yes, if I didn't make that clear, yes, I'm looking at on page 256, where we have there
You are correct, Councillor Robertson. There is a community workshop.
Yep.
It's with community and the mountain bike community. So if we do need to hold more than one, but we do have a fairly good database of the mountain biking community network. If we can get them all there on that workshop day, then that's well and good. But if we need to do more than one workshop, we can incorporate that.
Yep, lovely, thank you. Is there any further discussion or questions on that? Councillor Glasbrook?
Yes, I know it mentions in the report about that SA water land. I'm just going to push my barrow one more time. I think we need to strongly encourage the state government that we need to keep that land in public hands. I know it's a bit too much for council, but it's too good an asset to lose to the community of South Australia. So I just want to say that again and again and again.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook.
It is noted, and they are aware that that's where we want it.
Any further comments on that? Councillor Littley, do you want to close the debate?
I no longer work for SA Water, so I can actually say that they are very aware of the fact that we want that land, and they are very aware and very active in the space of encouraging trail use and mountain bike trail. It's their biggest program, one of the biggest programs that they're involved in, one of the state government's biggest programs that they're involved in, one of their most popular ones too, I should say. So it's very much on the agenda. The concept of workshops, I just wanted to add my little bit in there. I'd really like us to encourage to think outside the circle on this, or outside the square on this, and look at a community workshop that actually involves getting wheels on the ground at a place, and those people. I think that would really entice people to get the look and feel of what could be possible if we had something in situ anywhere in our area. I think you'd attract a greater number of people that would have some real involvement and put their ideas in place if we had a space that they could arrive to rather than a chamber type setup. I think that's one way of engaging our public. We've talked tonight about meeting online. There's a whole heap of ways we can engage our public to get along to workshops and give their ideas. So.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. I now put that recommendation on block, recommendations 1, 2 and 3. to the Councillor Kemp.
Yeah, I have a question.
This is the last time that I'll allow a question after the debate has closed.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll ask at the last stage. That's fine. I just didn't get an opportunity before. That's all right.
I now put the recommendation, the 3 recommendations to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We now have 12.5, Southern Fleurieu Regional Sport and Recreation Precinct Feasibility and Preliminary Design Project Report. The recommendation is that Council receive and note the report, but I might ask Director Rotoczynski to speak to it, because I think you also have some other options to add to the recommendation.
Thank you. Through the chair. So today's recommendation is simply about receiving and noting the report so that it is in fact there and available for the community. We do, however, have a informal gathering scheduled for the 10th of March where this item will likely be closed, where we will discuss some more of the broader options that we've been workshopping already to this point. So at this stage, whilst I have some other options pre-planned for you in case that is the appetite for tonight, I would probably encourage that we will still workshop on the 10th of March prior.
So if we can have a mover for the receiving and noting the report. Thank you, Councillor Mann. And seconded, was that you, Councillor Charles?
I was just stretching, but
Okay.
I wanted to ask a question, if I may.
All right, I'll just get a mover and seconder, and then you can, Councillor Henderson, so Councillor Mann and Councillor Henderson. Councillor Mann, did you want to speak to this? Councillor Henderson? No. Councillor Charles, you had a question?
Just one of the dot points, the first one there, it says 4 multi-sports courts. Is there another way of saying 2 basketball courts able to be made as 4 badminton courts or something like that? Or is it actually 4 basketball courts? Either way.
Through the chair, it would likely be 4 basketball courts that would also have other line markings on, so could be utilised well and truly for a variety of other sports.
That's good. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Robertson?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm definitely voting against this recommendation. How many times do we have to say in this chamber that $46 million for this proposed dreamland that Treadwell keeps on throwing in front of us, and we keep on accepting? And this does not include, look at the third bottom paragraph, there's 46 million. Doesn't even include proposals for developments at the, well, what is, still the R7 school for this year. And to me, this stuff is just dreamland. It is just stuff on steroids. The whole plan, everything is completely unaffordable. It is completely unaffordable. Did we not send a message back in this chamber earlier or last year when we got $42 million put in front of it that this was crazy? And we sent it back to Treadwell to make some changes to it, and it came back with even more money on it. I mean, these people have got 10 ears or what's going on? We cannot afford this. It is simply unaffordable. I mean, guys, you just heard the capital, the asset management plan and the long-term financial plan of what we can afford to spend. And, building, a few basketball courts and something else, this is for 46 million. I mean, this is just outrageous. I don't know why this stuff comes onto the agenda. I really don't. What are we thinking? And to me, it's just crazy. So I'm definitely against this, big time.
Perhaps Director Rokoczynski can respond to some of your concerns, Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. Through the chair, we've heard fairly clearly from council that they're not keen to necessarily progress this in line with the Treadwell report. So that's for that reason, the recommendation is simply to receive and note it. So it's essentially presenting it to council as the final product based on the scope of works that Treadwell was actually engaged to do. Very conscious that there's not necessarily a strong appetite to proceed directly down that path, and that's why we're proposing that workshop on the 10th of March. We've got a number of other thoughts in the pipeline, and we want to explore those further with council. You will also note that one of the options, so we did go back to Treadwell after that original presentation, and they did look at providing a staged option, which council has also had workshopped, which involved ultimately looking for an early location for the basketball. But we do have other options now that we are still looking to explore, and we really want to continue that conversation with council. So tonight's recommendation is absolutely not about endorsing the way forward, just simply receiving the final report that was, so that it is officially presented to you.
Does anybody else have any? Councillor Kemp,
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Look, I agree, Councillor Robertson, it's not what we've asked for. When we had these workshops with Treadwells, we gave stipulation about what we want there. They haven't listened to this chamber. They've gone ahead and continued with it, adding more into it. It's not what I believe, what we asked for. So I can't accept this report because it's not what we, again, I'll say it again, it's not what we asked for. I think we should send it back to them and provide a report that we wanted, what we told them what we wanted from those various workshops we had with them.
Yeah, it's through the Mayor. I'm just curious as to what members, Councillor Kemp, you think you asked for, because you actually asked for engagement with those sporting community groups about what they were looking for. And so if you look at the scope of works, which did come to the chamber, and yes, the chamber did give feedback by way of workshops, but it is the scope of works which council was looking for about creating a recreational facility on that parcel of land in consultation with all the groups that you had actually considered to participate in that.
Well, okay, to answer your question, CEO, the issues of what I raised about the report, one is that we certainly did say we didn't want an athletics track on Gillespie land. We want it on the R7 school. But basically that's the clear message I understood we gave Treadwell. We didn't want it there. We didn't want, we wanted the gymnastic at the rec centre upgraded for that to happen. I know that's in the report as additional, as well as having it as well. So we're doubling up. And also there's a lot of discussions around location apart from Gillespie land as where the footprint of the buildings could go. So to me, again, it's my interpretation, what I believe was discussed and what a direction was given to Treadwell. We all have our different views.
Noted, Councillor Kemp. Any further discussion on receiving and noting the report? Councillor Charles, have you got a question?
Well, that was what I had before, so this is now what I want to say. That dot point again, I referred to the 4 multi-sport courts. Should have said 4 basketball courts, which could then be 8 other courts. It could have also said $6 million or whatever for that particular area, including the car park. We've already paid dearly for a swimming centre. Now I'm using this as an analogy. FDG, Stephen Johansson, could be brought over to have a look at that and remedy the problems that we've currently got there and design.
I'm going to call a point of order, please.
Would you please? You're very good with the point of orders.
So what's your point of order, Councillor Little?
We're off the topic of receiving this report.
Councillor Charles, if you can refrain from talking about the swimming pool, I understand it's an analogy. We are just receiving and noting the report.
Soon to get back onto it. Also doing dry sporting facilities, and for way cheaper than what we're currently talking. I know what's wrong with South Australia. I really don't. We just love to pay extra money that we don't have to pay. I'll send you the website again, and if you'd like to go and do a bit of investigation.
Point of order.
Councillor Littley.
We remain off the topic of receiving the report.
I think I'll let Councillor Charles continue. I think he was trying to get to the point. I agree that he wasn't getting there very quickly, but I'm hopeful that he will stick to the topic. So I'll decline that, but I hope that Councillor Charles will get to his point quickly.
I think we've got many possibilities of what we can do. Let's receive this report, but let's not negate and forget all the other options that we have available to us by focusing one on this particular company or any other particular company. If we don't bring in a professional who knows, who's an architect and a builder at the same time, and will produce something for us which is spectacular and available for the community. I don't see anything here for car parks or anything. It's just not pinned down. So, you know, I'm going to receive the report. Yeah, that's easy to do, but let's not assume that I'm in favour and the rest of the chamber are in favour of producing this on land that's more valuable for perhaps something else.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Councillor Littley.
Yeah, I'm obviously voting to receive the report because this is a completion of some works that Treadwell have been engaged to do. I absolutely agree with my fellow councillors that this isn't something that I'd be vaguely looking to entertain, and I look forward to March 10 when we can have the workshop and discuss those other options that are there and are mentioned in this item here on the agenda, because that's the way I understood we were going, that we are going to talk about those other options. When they were presented to us, they were very, very fresh, and our staff needed time to go away and explore some of those, and that's been done in the past few weeks. So I think we're actually moving with quite a bit of haste to get to that point, to look at the other options and get away from this $46 million facility.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Any further discussion? Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I agree with what Councillor Littley has said in that I think it was very clear from the moment we first saw the $40-something million document that wasn't the direction that we were going in, but we also are aware that the document, the body of work that we commissioned, had to come to this chamber one day and be released, and along that lines, that's what we're doing here. Thankfully, next to that, we started developing a list of other opportunities along the way of how we could achieve certain goals outlined in the document on perhaps a smaller scale, but a far more achievable scale for where our council is at this current point in time, all of which are very exciting and very good alternate options, because we aren't a community of 50,000 yet, we're a community of 15,500. And so therefore we need to be looking at what's realistic for us. And so I fully support accepting this document tonight, receiving the report, and going, thank you, Treadwell, for your work. We're going to go this way now.
Councillor Hales. Any further discussion? Councillor Mann, do you want to close the debate?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, no, I completely appreciate the views around the chamber, and I think, I guess adding on to what Councillor Hale said, sort of taking it all back, I think the figure of the 42 million that's put up, I think, has really clouded the process and what's been done through this document, and simply what has been put to the chamber before is that as a council, we went out to the community and asked what type of facility they would want. Our key stakeholders and community groups said, this is the facility we want. Treadwell then did a report, which there is a lot in the report that is still very practical and useful. It's the feasibility and preliminary design of the project. And the price tag was that for this ideal top of the range precinct. But I think but from that, we've seen that it isn't affordable, and we're looking at these different options, and we're looking at how can we break this up better. We're investigating different things, and I think the important thing is this project is still moving forward, and we're still trying to get it for the community and keep that ball rolling. But I think it's just clear on how that process was and what this report is and what it isn't. And I think that line's become a little bit, there's a little bit of ambiguity around that. But I think let's look forward to that workshop, and let's look forward to engaging and discussing the views and working out on a solution that our community wants, because I think this is a very important project and there is the great need for it.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. That closes debate. I now put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Certainly. All those in favour? Councillor Hales? Councillor Mann? Councillor Littley? Councillor Schofield? Councillor Henderson? And against, Councillor Kemp? Councillor Charles? Councillor Glasbrook? And Councillor Robertson. The motion is carried. We now move to item 12.6, the Coastal Adaptation Study and Strategy Community Engagement. The recommendation I'll do en bloc, that Council receive and note the engagement report, and that Council proceed to public consultation guided by attachment A to inform the development of the Coastal Adaptation Study. Moved by Councillor Henderson and seconded by Councillor Robertson. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Henderson?
I just want to ask one question, if I may. And the engagement talks about photographic evidence of changes of our coastline and mentions our suburban areas in Counter Bay, Victor Harbor and Hayborough. But I'm wondering if photographic evidence would also be relevant from non-urban areas. I know it's about the risk factors to our urban area, but whether or not evidence right across our coastline, for example, from places like Waipinga, might be relevant in any case, even though they're not suburban. There are still changes happening there, I believe.
Thank you. Through the chair, that can be considered too.
Did you want to speak to the motion? No. Councillor Robertson, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, totally agree with Councillor Henderson. I just was going to say, make one suggestion on page 268, that you include the National Trust as one of the stakeholders to be consulted with. They have a enormous amount of historical material tucked away in that little building, and I think they'd be well worth including as a stakeholder.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to contribute to the debate? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. The Junior Scooter Park Community Consultation. The recommendation I'll do en bloc, that Council receive and note the report. Sure. And the second one, that Council proceed to public consultation. But I'll just let Karen, Director Rojcinski, speak to that before I ask for a mover and a seconder.
Thank you. Through the chair, you do have the two recommendations in front of you, one and the second one being that we proceed to community consultation. As we've been working through the asset management plan workshops, it has come to my attention that it's not scheduled for a building or a construction of the scooter park for, I think, approximately 5 years. I'm not sure that it's a good trend for us to consult this far in advance of construction in terms of setting that community expectation, particularly as the users that we're consulting with, the children and their families, are not ultimately going to be the end users. It may well be that council decides to just halt going to public consultation on this unless there's an appetite to actually bring forward the construction. If the chamber should happen to want to move a different way, I do have some alternative options.
Thank you, Karen. I'll then put that recommendation 1 rather than do them on block. So you want to move recommendation 1, Councillor Kemp? And do I have a seconder for recommendation 1, Councillor Robertson? Either of you want to speak to receiving and noting the report? Anyone want to speak to receiving and noting the report? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Recommendation 2. Does anybody want to move? You want to move recommendation 2 as it is, Councillor Kemp? Or do you want to change
yes, I'll
that?
move a recommendation as it 2, as it is written.
Does somebody want a second recommendation 2? Councillor Robertson? You can move a variation if Councillor Kemp agrees to it. You're the mover and the seconder.
Yeah, that to put in there something that's subject to so the scooter park being included in the 21-22 capital works program, that we go ahead with this public consultation. I think Karen, the Director Roskinski has a good point in that if it's not going to be, if we haven't as a chamber decided to put it in the capital works program for 4 years or so, it doesn't make sense to go out to community consultation on it now. But if it was to be included, that so something along the lines that if it gets in, we do this, and if it doesn't, leave it.
Through the chair, perhaps you could include an addition of a pre-budget commitment for construction in 21-22 or 22-23, just to tie in. So the public consultation would proceed with the mountain bike one, because the stakeholders will be somewhat similar for those. So unless, I mean, it can be delayed, but it probably wouldn't be this financial year because it would be subject to an endorsement. So you may need to change that wording to reflect tying the two in together.
Just going to, I'm seeking some clarification also from Councillor Kemp as the mover.
Look, before I make a statement, I'll just read out on page 273, financial management under risk assessment. Council has allocated funds in the 2021 budget for design, and the draft long-term financial plans includes an allocation of 21-22 budget for the construction of the junior scooter park. So it's already in our long-term financial plan. I don't know how it's got moved out 5 years in the asset management plan when the financial management statement under risk assessment says it's going to be built next year.
My understanding is that the budget is just for the design. It's not actually for the build. So while it may be designed, it's not down to be built. Can you clarify?
Yep, through the Mayor. So it was originally in the 21-22 budget, but in the recent workshops that you've done on the asset management plan, the long-term financial plan, this was one of the items that got moved out in your discussions. So it's not endorsed as yet, so it can still be included in the 21-22 budget. But you've got to recall your discussions at the moment when we're looking at the asset management plans and long-term financial plans, you've actually been moving some items around. This was one of those, and we were just raising it to your attention.
For clarification, CEO, in those workshops, there's not a voting workshop. So because someone says, let's move it out, then, you know, unless we actually debate it and, you know, have some type of consensus of showing of 2/3 majority or something, you know, really how do staff actually indicate, you know, whether people don't indicate or do indicate whether it goes in or out. So I had a few issues around what goes in, what goes out in some of those discussions, because to me, I wasn't quite sure sitting here what's staying and what's moving. So
well, they're not set in concrete as you've suggested. There've been workshops where we've got feedback from the members as to preferences of moving items. Both of those documents, your asset management plans and long-term financial plans, will be coming back to the chamber for endorsement for the purposes of consultation before they are actually officially endorsed. So you haven't actually endorsed them as yet, and you haven't endorsed your 21-22 annual business plan and budget as yet. There is still consideration for it in there.
Okay, it makes it interesting then why this document's in here if it's not set in concrete and it's been moved out. This item shouldn't have come up until we've decided. We will go to construct and then we go to public consultation of the location.
No, that's not always the case, because in most cases what we do is we develop projects to detailed design so that we are shovel ready, and it doesn't mean they are constructed in the year following. What the staff have just been saying is, in particular for this project, you're consulting with quite a young demographic, and there were discussions at the last week's long-term financial plan, asset management plan about moving some items out. This was one of those. It was just the suggestion, if you're going to consult with that younger demographic, unless you're actually looking to commit to build it in the next year or two, it was probably premature to go out for consultation. Nothing is set in concrete. We are just suggesting if you're still moving towards that way. But at the moment, as we've said, you can go out for consultation, but we would not suggest building it in 5 years. You need to be doing it sooner than that.
I'm just going to halt you, Councillor Kemp, because Councillor Robertson had a variation to that recommendation which we haven't, which wasn't clear, and I really would like to get that clear and have it down there, and then we've got something to debate. So Councillor Robertson, your recommendation 2, you had a variation to that. Budget, yep. But just wait for Karina to get that down so that everyone's. Is that acceptable, Councillor Kemp?
Yes, I'll
Kelly.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Just in regards to that recommendation, the subject to means that you will be waiting to do public consultation until after you have adopted a budget for the scooter park. So if you're wanting to go out for the scooter park to public consultation to work out where to put it and what to build, that needs to happen, not subject to the inclusion of the project. So you may be able to just put there with the project included in the 21-22 annual business plan and budget, whereas for construction, whereas this way it's the other way around to what you're trying to achieve, I believe.
Sorry, Councillor Kemp, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought Kelly had some important information.
Look, everyone has important information. I agree. So that's going to be changed back to what Kelly was saying. Is that what you're suggesting?
With the inclusion of the project in the budget, business plan and budget. Yep. Use the word construction. with the construction of the project. Is that right? Yep. Construction of the project. Are you happy with that, Karen? Fine. Are you happy with that, Councillor Kemp and Councillor Robertson?
Yes, I am happy with that.
You're
Thank
happy
you,
with
Mayor
that?
Jenkins.
Councillor Robertson? Yep, okay. Councillor Kemp, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yes, I think very simply in terms, our younger children do not have a place where they can enjoy riding their scooters or smaller skateboards. There is a skateboard park for our older generation of children. The little ones do not get an opportunity, and I think this is a great opportunity for our younger set. For our visitors who come here with young children, they'll have a park to go and play in safety and enjoy, and the design is very important, how that goes ahead. And I think it's important we start developing that visitor economy by encouraging. But when people come here, the young people got something more to do than just a couple of playgrounds around the place, to add more variety while they're here and enjoy the experience of Victor. So I think this is important for families and for the younger ones to have a place, they can operate in safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Robertson? No comment. Does anybody else have anything they want to say? Councillor Charles and then Councillor Littley.
I was going to repeat the safe and public location. And do we have any idea of how much the whole thing is going to cost to complete? And are there any ideas of where it could go? I think it's got to be central somehow or other, and I think it's very, very important that we get on with this one urgently, because it is something for that demographic, as was just said. These kids don't have a lot to do, and it would be ideal. You see too many scooters on footpaths and in unsafe places, whereas this might be an encouragement, but they've also got to be able to get there if parents can't get them there, and we also need somewhere where there's car parking. So I honestly don't know. What were the administration thinking about where and how much?
Kelly's just looking it up.
Part of that exercise is actually going out to community. We're not sure of, obviously there was some concepts of when Councillor Kemp brought it to the chamber of other places that have them, but we're still looking at various locations. Yeah, I'm not sure what provision was in the budget. From memory, I think it was about $50,000.
Anyway, my comment is if we can chip something else aside, because we can't just keep adding things, but I think we really need to take note for these younger people and their parents in particular, who have struggled to get them out and do something rather than being inside and getting up to mischief, perhaps.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Councillor Littley?
I'm glad that we got there with that public consultation, because I would hate to give our younger population who are crying out for things, and they've expressed that openly in public forums, particularly the likes of a junior skate park, pump track. Australian road rules allow you to ride your scooter and bikes on your footpaths. We have bikeways for people to shared pathways for children to do that, but that doesn't provide them with a safe gathering spot to go to. When I've looked at the likes of pump tracks and that, you don't get much change out of $150,000 for the type of ones that are permanent pump tracks in places. Our visitor economy, our visitors here, if you do go to both of both our caravan parks locally, have pump tracks in them. So this should be about catering for our local families and youngsters there. It's a valuable thing, but I think that we as a council, if we step over the line to have public consultation, we want to be committing straight away and moving on this project, so we don't let that generation down that are asking for it right now If we're going to go out, ask them what they want, which is what public consultation is, we need to be delivering it straight away. So,
Councillor Little, any further? Councillor Henderson?
Yes, I just want to say that given we don't actually have a location for this, and we do need to go to public consultation because that will be valuable input as to where people would like it to be located, and that remains to be seen. I think it is a very good idea to cater for this younger generation of scooter riders or whatever. However, we should also keep in mind that we do in our council area have a playground area within, I think it's 800 metres of every single house. Our younger families are very well catered for in terms of playgrounds. Now that was a figure that astounded me until I started looking at it. It's a reality. We have a lot out there in terms of playgrounds. And given our budget restraints for this next year or two, given that we are really struggling to balance the books, so to speak, I think we need to be addressing the priorities of things that our community is asking for and not things that we're particularly offering to them as a good idea. There's a lot of balancing to be done in that space, so I won't be supporting this.
Any further discussion? Councillor Mann?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. First a question, then a comment. So just to be clear, this is a pre-budget commitment that we'll get in regardless of our deliberation, or once it's approved? Sorry, so we don't know how much it'll cost yet, but we're not committing those, we're not writing a blank check and asking the community to feel how much it's cost.
Through the Mayor, essentially it will be included in the 21-22 budget. It will need to come back to council following public consultation anyway for you to look at the feedback. The other alternative is, of course, that you include it in your draft asset management plans and leave the actual amount for discussion in terms of your other projects you're considering in 21-22. But the way it stands at the moment, it would be included, but you would have another chance to provide feedback.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I know we usually put for consideration in these ones. I guess my concern is, around the cost, and what this is the public consultation of going out and asking the community for that wish list of what they want that park to be. And when, similarly as we just went before, the idea of a pump track was included within the Encounter Bay sporting precinct, and it was looked at, and in the report it's got as the costings for, it was looking at a small activity playground and a pump track, and the cost they've got here is $430,000 for that pump track and activity playground. So I think, noting that, I think that's something to be wary of, and I think at this stage I don't know whether I'll be supporting this one.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Any further discussion before we go to the close of debate? Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. As Councillor Mann alluded to, pre-budgetary commitments that are more solid than we'll consider in its budget deliberations are always a tricky business, and something that I'm sure Councillor Glasbrook would warn us to be shy of. That being said, I've had that many conversations with the parents of young up-and-coming skaters in our area about the need for more facilities designed for kids that age, that size, that just getting into skateboarding or scootering on a skate park. And while they definitely give it a good old crack at our skate park on the foreshore, every Saturday, Sunday morning before 10, you'll see it covered in young families using it. There is that need for something more designed for them, which could very well possibly be a flow-on and co-located with the existing skate park, because most of the users of the existing park do, as in the older kids, are very courteous and aware of the younger kids when they are on it, and the two groups do mix well together. There is the odd one out that doesn't play as safely or as nice with others, but that's the same of human nature across the board, I'd say. So by and large, I guess, putting the collective interest together works well. You see it in footy clubs, you see it everywhere else. So yeah, I definitely see the need for it. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote for this one, but definitely believe in the concept and idea behind it.
Thank you. Councillor Glasbrook.
Yeah, I'll agree with Councillor Hales. I have no issue with it, but I think this has become a bit of a mess. So I don't think I will support it at this stage. We will have to bring it back next meeting.
If there's no more debate, I'll bring it back to Councillor Kemp to close debate.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. This was brought to me by a resident who travelled to Esperance in Western Australia and saw a small scooter park, certain dimensions, provided photographs. I sent it through to the CEO Victoria for consideration to look into future planning. All elected members were CC'd in it, showed all the costings, it showed all the designs of what it looked like, $50,000. It's not a pump track as per se. And you can, if you want to build a $400,000 one, by all means, go for it. But this is really just about a simple little scooter park for young kids who are learning to ride a scooter in safety, with a little bit of ups and downs, just to give them a little bit of a thrill. And that's all it was. And if you go back, or if the CEO would like to represent the photographs and the report that came in, it certainly will give you an idea. It's $50,000 and it's a very simple little scooter track, just for the young ones to start the process. As the future grows, we may expand and have big pump tracks and all sorts of things happening down here. But again, if you remember back when that report came out, it would have been about 12 months ago, 14 months ago. So it was quite clear in that it was a very good option to provide something for our community, for our young ones, at a very limited cost, a very little bit of location space. I can't think off the top of my head, maybe the CEO can remember. It's only around about 50, 60 square metres, I think, of land required to put something down. And it's just virtually an oval shape and goes up and down, you know, basically with a bit of nice vegetation around it to make it nice for parents to sit there and watch their kids go on a scooter. And that's all it's designed for, to start the process. But anyway, it's up to the chamber. I think that you'll get a great result out of this once people understand what it looks like with the types of photographs from Esperance, and the feedback over there that the people who use that is actually brilliant. If you want to go on the Esperance Council's website and look at it, go for it.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. That's closed the debate on that matter. I'll now put the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? That recommendation is lost. Thank you. Now, I'm aware of the time. It's 9:45, and according to our code of practice, after 4 hours, which is 9:30, we need to vote on whether to continue with the meeting or whether to adjourn the remaining business. We have still got quite a lot of business to go through, and I think that you would have received an email from the CEO in relation to perhaps having another meeting tomorrow. Councillor Hales?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I would happily move the formal motion to adjourn this meeting. Would you like me to read out the example provided to us from the CEO?
You can do that.
In accordance with Clause 12.14e of the Local Government Meeting Act Procedures Regulations 2013, that the remaining business on the agenda be adjourned to a subsequent meeting of the Council to be held on Tuesday the 23rd of February 2021, Council Chambers, 1 Bay Road, Victor Harbour, commencing at 5:30 p.m.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Kemp, thank you very much. Do either of you want to speak to it? Oh, it's a formal motion, sorry. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? And those against? Councillor Schofield, did you vote? You did? Oh, I did. I beg your pardon. Sorry, can I do that again? I missed. All those in favour, can your hands right up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And those against? That is carried. Thank you very much. So I would announce the meeting is closed, and we will re-adjourn tomorrow. It's adjourned, sorry, and we will reconvene tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. For the rest of the meeting. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a safe trip home.